Smackdown. Smackdown is, for me, the A show of the week. It's the most viewed wrestling show in the world. I'm not aware of any wrestling show that gets more than 2.2 million viewers every week. Obviously, I don't know what's happening down in Mexico, what their ratings are like, but as far as I know, this is the most viewed wrestling show in the world. And this is the show that's got the big dog, the head of the table, the tribal chief himself, Roman Reigns. And it's going to be quite interesting to see what is next for Roman. Obviously, we got the Usos in action tonight. They're going to be taking on the Mysterios, and this is for the tag team titles. And obviously, Jay has been told to stand by Roman, and Roman was a bit upset that Jay didn't really show that he was standing by Roman last week. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what happens tonight. Will the Usos become tag team champs? Will Jay turn on Jimmy? So I'm quite into the story going into that match. We've got Apollo against Kevin Owens, and to be honest, that feels a little bit flat. Not sure that I'm too into that storyline, but we'll see what happens tonight. Apollo versus Kevin Owens. We're sure to see Bianca and Bayley, whose feud continues to rumble along. And as we said, we'll see what is in store for Roman Reigns. So, to my knowledge, those are the only two matches that have been announced for SmackDown tonight. So, we'll see if any other kind of preview stuff comes through. Normally, there's a little something that gets mentioned as we build towards SmackDown. Another match or another segment will be announced. But to my knowledge, those are the only two at this stage. And as we said, as soon as we get closer to AEW, then I'll find out that information. And I don't think it really matters to go through that card now because we're still a good few hours away from it. But AEW are normally quite good at giving us a full breakdown of what we can expect to see from them. So I would expect them to have several segments already announced. Big shout out to everyone in the chat. Hope everyone is okay. Lauren said, Days, WWE have announced that Bianca has got a challenge for Bayley tonight. Very cool. Hope you're well, Lauren. Hasib said, Days, as it is tag team week, what is your tag team of all time? Mine is either the Usos or the Hardys. It is tag team week, and to be honest, I haven't seen any talk of tag teams this week. I'm sure that WWE have been putting stuff out there, but the news has been so heavily dominated by those superstars that were released, and the news has been so heavily dominated by a potential sale and all that kind of stuff that any talk of tag team week, I think, has completely gone out the window. I could be wrong. Could be like loads of other channels and maybe doing stuff on tag teams, and I don't know, perhaps like the YouTube channel is putting out loads of great matches, and perhaps I'm just a little out the loop, but certainly in my world, all anyone is talking to me about are the releases, what it means, will WWE be sold, and all that kind of stuff. So no mention of tag teams whatsoever. So this, to me, couldn't feel less like tag team week if it tried. But I know that there's a list of the 50 best tag teams. I know there's like a show as well that you can watch, which I think is on the network and being hosted by Breezango. I haven't seen any information. I don't know if all of that information is out now. I don't know if they've revealed the best team. And that'd be quite an interesting talking point if they have. But to me, we've spoke about this a few times. I could not name anyone other than the Road Warriors or the Legion of Doom. I don't know that any team has had an impact on tag team wrestling quite like they did. Bona fide main event stars, powerful guys, so influential that several teams based their looks on them. I mean, Demolition for starters, the Demolition. I'm not sure you would have got Demolition if WWE had been able to get the Road Warriors earlier than they did. Powers of Pain, I think, was very much influenced by the Road Warriors as well. And you could literally go down a whole list. You'd look at like the Blade Runners. You could say were influenced by them also. And yeah, so influential and so successful as well. I mean, multiple time champions in multiple different organizations. They were successful in the NWA, the WWE, the over in Japan as well, of course. They really were like one of the biggest tag teams of all times. So inspirational, successful, and they're the first team that I always think of. So Legion of Doom, Road Warriors for me. I feel that like in-ring wise, there's probably better teams, but yeah, I couldn't look past those guys. I know that if you used to talk to like wrestling historians, they would probably go back to like Pat Patterson and Ray Stevens, or they might go back to like the Wild Samoans and people along those lines. But no, to me it'd be Road Warriors. I think some of it comes down to your age as well, because a lot of people would say Hardys, Dudley Boys, things along those lines, and go back to like the Attitude Era. If you only really watch modern wrestling, then I'd imagine a lot of people would say Usos, New Day, Young Bucks. So I think part of it might be to do with what era you grew up. I grew up around when Legion of Doom were at their peak, kind of just a little past it actually. But certainly like around that time. So for me, they were tag team wrestling. And if you grow up now, I'd imagine that it would be Usos or Young Bucks or someone along those lines. So could be a little bias there, I suppose. But I don't know. When it comes to these lists, I'll be shocked if Road Warriors, Legion of Doom are not in the top 5. I mean, honestly, they should be. I can't see any reason why they won't be. I would imagine, at a guess, top 5, I don't know in what order, would be Legion of Doom, Road Warriors. I would imagine New Day. I would imagine Hardys, Dudleys, and I'm leaning like Edge Christian, or I'm leaning New Age Outlaws. Yeah, I don't think they'd go with like Heart Foundation or British Bulldogs or anyone like that. I think their runs weren't quite inspirational enough. I think that they were great in-ring teams, technically sound, but they were never main eventing. They were never the star attractions. They were always solid, but not more than that. So I could see them definitely being in the 50, but not trouble in the top 5. So I think like Rockers, Heart Foundation, British Bulldogs, Power and Glory, Powers of Pain, all of these I'm sure will get mentioned, but they won't be in the top 5. But I think if you look at like the impact of like the Dudleys, the Hardys have got to be in there. Dudleys have got to be in there. Road Warriors have got to be in there. There's 3 absolute certainties for the top 5 for me. And then I could see them putting New Day in because of how successful they've been. And they've carried tag team wrestling in a way. So those 4 definitely, and then you could really debate who would make up the 5th spot. But it's a good conversation piece. Sam, I'm not ignoring you. I did see your super chat, bud. I was just really mulling over that last question. Sam, shout out to you, bud. Sam says, as soon as I can get back to it, did you know that 6 wrestlers were released? Why didn't you make a video about the 6 wrestlers that were released? I did know about it, Sam. I didn't make a video on it because, in all fairness, when the news broke, I was actually asleep. So when the news broke, I think it was around about 5 o'clock UK time, which is sort of like 5 in the morning for me. My body is about 12 hours out. So if it's 5 in the early evening, late afternoon in the UK, It's pretty much 5 in the morning for me. So I was actually asleep when it broke. So I didn't see the news till a couple of hours after. Obviously, a lot of channels, I think, had already covered it by that point. So I didn't feel like I needed to really make that video to bring you that news. I kind of feel like you would have seen it elsewhere by that point. And we still obviously could have done a video and spoken about it because there was so much to talk about. But I think it wasn't it on the day that we did the England football stream. And I've said before that those England football streams, I'm a massive England fan, of course, because I'm sat here in England. The Euros are one of the biggest tournaments. This was meant to happen last year, this tournament, but it got delayed. So, we've been waiting so long. Like, the last big tournament for England was 2018, the World Cup. And there hasn't been, really a big tournament since then. So we've been waiting 3 years for a big tournament for England to be taking part in. It was meant to happen last year. It didn't. It's coming around. I'm so excited for it. And we will be doing England matches and streams on the channel. Because, I think they're things, they're streams that people keep talking to me about and asking me about and saying, are we going to do them? It's something I'll be watching anyway. Something I'm really excited for. It's something that I've got knowledge of. So I am really looking forward to those. But, here's the but. But, I am quite happy to talk about wrestling during them as well, because I appreciate we are a wrestling channel. And so we were doing a live stream, football, England, on the day that news broke. And we ended up spending a good half an hour of that stream, probably longer overall, but a solid half an hour just talking about that news. So, if we weren't doing a stream on the night, there's a chance we would have done a separate video. But because we were doing that stream, it just made sense to kind of save it for that, to be honest. But horrible news, not something that you want to see happen. Never want to see anyone losing their jobs. And obviously we don't quite know what way it's going. Lots of rumours about WWE selling. Just rumours at this stage, of course. But I could see that happening. We know that Vince is getting older. I think Vince, probably wouldn't want to sell. I think, he probably would want to see it continue in the family. But honestly, the family might just want the money. They might just want the easy life. They might just want to take the money and run. And what with, wrestling in a slight decline, I say slight, but, it's really struggling to find its place in the world, wrestling, I think. I think pro wrestling back in the day, you have to remember that pro wrestling back in the 90s, there was a degree of the audience that believed everything they saw was real. Kayfabe was still very important. The internet hadn't blown everything open. So certainly when I was a kid, I thought it was real. As I was watching it, I didn't question what I was seeing. And I think there was quite a few people. There was always that kind of question mark around it. If you're an adult and you went, you probably were like, yeah, I know. But secretly, you didn't know. There was always that doubt. They always did a really good job of protecting the business. And I just kind of think that since, the internet's come along and the audience has become a lot smarter to the business, it's drastically changed the business. People don't watch it now the same way they did in the past. And by the past, I mean the 80s, the 90s. They don't watch it the same way. Now, we talk about, why have they booked that? Why are creative doing this? Why has Vince done that? We don't talk about the wrestlers so much. We talk about the storylines. We talk about creative. We talk about, why have they done that? Because there can only be one person that wins this feud, and someone's going to look weak if they lose this, and all this kind of stuff. We weren't talking stuff like that in the 90s. I wasn't saying them things to my friends, and heard about heels and faces and kayfabe and all of this. That was all jargon that I'd never even heard of. So certainly the way that I watch wrestling now, and a way that a lot of us watch wrestling now, completely different to how it was before. But wrestling's just struggling to find its place as a result. because, you've got real things like UFC that has come along and taken a lot of the audience. I think WWE has kind of really focused on kids. It feels like certainly the past, 5 years or so, we've really gone super PG. And we've really done a lot to appeal to a younger audience that maybe wouldn't tune into UFC. They're not gonna, tune into UFC and watch just fight after fight after fight. They're gonna want characters and all this kind of stuff. And I feel like that's where WWE has positioned itself. But it's competing against video games, and it's competing against Fortnite, and it's competing against TikTok, and it's competing against all these other things that take kids' attention away. And for us that are a little bit older than kids, I think we're nostalgic for it. We got into it when we were young, and we haven't left it. It's hard to walk away from it because you still get those moments, you still, like, at some point The Rock will come back and it's going to be amazing. Cena will come back and it's going to be really cool. What Roman Reigns is doing with his storyline at the moment is great, but it's just there's a good percentage that I don't think is aimed really at my demographic. And I think it is kind of struggling a little bit as a result. So could it be that wrestling's in a decline? It's got an identity crisis, and, the McMahon family don't really want to have to work out how do we modernize wrestling? How do we find, wrestling's audience in 2021? How do we get those ratings back up again? Because did you see the Raw ratings the other day? I think it averaged out at about 1.4 or something along these lines, like 1.4, 1.5. Like, pretty much the lowest, viewed Raw ever. So, not good. Not good. Not good at all. Matthew Lopez, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Let's go down and see what we've... Don't want to miss any. Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. Joaquin, shout out to you, bud. Did you see Double or Nothing star ratings? I didn't. No, I didn't. Let me have a quick look. We'll have a quick browse. These are Meltzers, are they? Let's have a look. I would imagine they're going to be high, which I don't mind because I really enjoyed the show. But let's see what he scored. Right, so Double or Nothing. Hang on. I found something, but I don't think they're Meltzer ratings. AEW Double Nothing 2021 Meltzer. Bang. Meltzer Double or Nothing. Here we go. Found it. Right. Bit high. I mean, I must say I do look at these and some of them look fair. But I do look at some of the others and they're a bit high. So, for example, let's start, shall we? So, Serena Deeb versus Rio. He gave it 4 stars. I personally said 3.75 to 4. So, he's gone 4. He's obviously going to go for the higher. If he's given an option of something like that, he'll go for the higher. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a 4-star match. And I'm a massive Serena Deeb fan. But I said 3.75 to 4. Hangman Page versus Brian Cage, 4.5. I mean, no, is what I would say to that. I don't mind 3.75 to 4 again, but I really don't think it was that much better than Deeb Rio. So 4.5, I think, is a bit high. Young Bucks versus Moxley and Kingston, 4.75. I mean, that's apparently the same as Undertaker versus Shawn at WrestleMania 25. I do think it was a good match. I do think potentially match of the night. I wouldn't be going as high as 4.75. I don't think there was anything that was that high on the show. But we did say after this would be like the match of the night. I mean, If I went like 375 for Deeb, I might go 425 for Bucks. So, I mean, I'm not saying these are like a million miles out for me. They're just a little high. But did expect that. Casino Battle Royal 3.25. It was alright. This is quite a surprise. Anthony Ogogo, Cody Rhodes 2.25. It's low, in it. It's low. I mean, I didn't think it was a great match, but I'm surprised that he's given any AEW match a 2 point whatever. Miro versus Lance Archer 3.25. I didn't think there was much difference between Ogogo and Rhodes or Miro and Archer, to be honest. Shida Britt Baker 3.5. Maybe about... I might have gone a 3 or a 3.25 on that. He's gone 3.5. Sting and Darby against Scorpio Sky, Ethan Page 3.5. I was really impressed with Sting. I really liked this match, actually. 3.5 I think is okay. That's alright. I haven't really got an issue with that. This is high. Kenny Omega versus Pac versus Orange Cassidy 4.5. I think that's high. And then Pinnacle versus Inner Circle, not rated. He hasn't rated it because it's a recorded match, a cinematic match. So according to Meltzer, 1, 2, 3, 4 matches, 4 stars or above. With the others getting like 3.5. And then you've got a Go-Go Rhodes 2.25 and Casino Battle Royal 3.25. I must say, not bad. Not bad. I mean, apart from like a couple there that like really look quite high, I kind of feel like most of them are roughly about what I would have expected. He says the best match is the Young Bucks match. I would agree with that. I think Deeb would be up there, and I think that the Sting match, if anything, maybe the Sting match was a little low. I think considering Sting hadn't wrestled for 6 years in front of a crowd, I thought he did excellent. And it had that, probably the moment of the night for me was when Darby Allin got hurled into the crowd. Do you remember that? He got carried over and just thrown into the front row. Like, they probably, that should have ended the match, really. It was such a big moment that it's kind of hard to come back from that. But Darby did. There was a nice moment where Sting was debating, should he throw Darby back in? Would Darby cope if he went back into the ring? Is he going to get counted out? And there was nice little psychology to it. So I enjoyed the Sting match. I enjoyed the Young Bucks. I enjoyed it all. I mean, I gave it 8 out of 10. I enjoyed it all. I think Stadium Stampede was a bit flat. And yeah, the middle of the card, you probably could have... I think you didn't need Miro versus Lance Archer on that card. I think you could have cut that match, and that would have made the show a bit shorter, and, you know, you wouldn't really have lost anything. So I would have probably have cut that match. I would cut the Cody Ogogo match as well, but it had quite a big build. And, you know, it had the weigh-in and all of that, so... You probably couldn't really afford to cut that match, but I think from a quality point of view, the show would have been better without it. So if you'd have cut those 2 matches, got the runtime down to about 3 hours rather than 4 hours, I think it would have been an incredible show. I think we would be well into the 8s then. So yeah, it was good. They did really well. They did really, really well. Anna Dawes. All the doors. Anna Dawes. Anna Dawes says, the latest Dark Side follows the shadow of Grizzly Smith is unreal, brackets Jake the Snake's dad. I didn't know that Rockin' Robin was Jake's sister. I haven't seen this episode. What I do, I mean, so I can't really say too much, but what I knew that she was his sister, and I believe there was quite a bit of abuse when they were younger. I think she was abused. I know that Jake has spoken before about like the abuse that him and his siblings went through, and how it kind of, you know, messed him up. What did I watch? I watched a Jake the Snake, something to do with Jake the Snake. That was a bit of a documentary. It might have been the resurrection of Jake the Snake. You know, there was a documentary all about Jake the Snake, and I'm sure it was the resurrection of Jake the Snake, and kind of really focuses on all of like his history and his troubles. And there's one bit where he goes to see his daughter, and his daughter does not talk glowingly about Jake. She's like, you know, she agrees to meet up with him, and it's like this thing. Like, it's so rare for them to meet that it becomes this big deal, and she's quite, you know, she's got anxiety about seeing him, and she's like a grown woman, and she never sees her dad, and the cameras are there for, like, Jake meeting up with his daughter, and don't know, man, it's so messed up. Jake is so messed up, and I would imagine they probably explored that and the effects that it had on Jake, and obviously the drugs and all of that, you know. But, yeah, a horrible person, Grizzly Smith. I don't even need to watch that documentary to know. But I will watch it. I'm guessing it was really good. I'm quite behind on Darkside, actually. Did they do one on Dynamite Kid? I heard they did one on the Dynamite Kid that I would love to watch, but I haven't seen. I'm a bit behind. I still haven't seen the Collision in Korea one. If they did the Dynamite Kid one, I've not seen it, and I haven't seen that one yet either. So, yeah, I'd love to watch that, though. Very cool, Anna. Shout out to you. Giving me something to search out and try and find now when it comes to Jake the Snake. And who was one? I love Jake. I mean, who didn't love Jake as a kid? Do you know what I mean? I loved Jake as a kid, but I don't know, as you get older and you start to find out about what's going on behind the scenes, it all becomes very unsettling, doesn't it? Harley said, Days, I wanted to let you know he thought the Page match was as good as Triple Threat from Mania and better than Roman versus Cesaro. Yeah, I don't agree with that Triple Threat score. I think he's way too high on that. But you kind of go into looking at Dave Meltzer AEW scores, knowing that he's going to be like above what you think, or certainly above what I think. So yeah, you know, whatever. It is what it is. I can't say I'm too surprised. Austin said Days is going to be too distracted with Discord. He won't watch it. Dynamite's next week, is it? I've got to see that. I don't know loads about Dynamite. Kind of, you hear that he was a nasty person in the sense of famously got into a fight with was it Raymond Rougeau, and you know, was he kept ribbing the Rougeaus, and they stood up for themselves eventually and like knocked him out. And, you know, actually stood up for themselves and, you know, kind of embarrassed him in a way. But everything they say about Dynamite was that he was just an out-and-out bully. He was just a nasty, nasty person. And I would be very interested to see what people have got to say about Dynamite Kid. Because he never gets spoke about, does he? You never hear of him. And obviously he passed away a couple of years ago. And whenever they came to the UK, apparently they tried to get him to come along. They wanted to have him there. I don't think they were going to bring him out on the show, but they always sent him an invite to come along to the show. But his health was really bad by the end. I think he was even in some kind of a nursing home towards the end, a care home towards the end of his life. And yeah, he was just in a bad way. But quite an unsavoury person, I believe. And obviously very upset with the British Bulldog, because of the fact that the British Bulldog took the British Bulldog name. They were the British Bulldogs. And when they split up, Davey ended up taking the British Bulldog name, and that upset Dynamite. I think Dynamite was upset that the tag team ended as well. So, yeah, I think there was just a lot of bitterness, and I think he was dealing with injuries and drug problems like everyone else, and yeah, I can't wait for that. I don't know loads about Dynamite, to be honest. So that is one. When they showed the lineup for that Dark Side, and that was one that really jumped out at me. I was like, I need to check that out. I need to watch that Dynamite one. But I really want to watch the Grizzly Smith one as well. So I appreciate you letting me know, Anna. Adam says AEW Dynamite on Saturday, June 26th, will be Omega versus Jungle Boy AEW title match. Very cool. Is that about 3 weeks away? About 3 weeks, is that? 26th? Makes sense. I mean, like, we said we thought they would save it for something big. I was like, maybe they'll use it for that Rampage. But if they've got a Dynamite on a Saturday, yeah, you'd want a title match for that, wouldn't you? So, it makes sense. Let's scroll up. Days, do you think Scotland will get through the groups for the Euros? Asks A. Well, A, I'm guessing you are Scottish. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't be asking that question. My gut reaction is it's going to be a struggle for you to do that. Obviously, I'm hoping England get through. You're in the same group as England, of course. So it would be England and Scotland that would be the two out of the group that would go through, which means that the Czech Republic and Croatia would be knocked out. It's hard to see Croatia not going through. So I would imagine Croatia go through, and I'd imagine England go through. So obviously you'd look at it and say that it's going to be hard for Scotland. I do think you've got some good players, though. I really like Robertson, and I really like McTominay. You're all right. You can hold your own. You can cause some problems, and who knows? You might stick it to the English, and you could cause us some real trouble. But it's going to be very interesting. Definitely got a chance, but I would have to say the favourites are Croatia and England, of course. SteamYard Backstage says, what's your opinion on Al Snow? He will be at a show in October near Brighton. Can't wait to meet him. I like Al Snow. I was listening to, I think it was Jim Cornette was talking about Al Snow, saying that he feels sorry for him, that he didn't get kind of what he deserved. I think we were talking about Al Snow the other day. Someone asked what's the difference between Alexa and Lily and Al Snow and Head. And we were just talking about, like, one's supernatural, the other one is, like, very psychological. And I think it was very interesting. I think it's a little bit of a shame that they went a kind of a comedy way with it, because he obviously was talking to this mannequin Head, and it was like his best friend, and he took it everywhere. He used it as a weapon as well. But obviously the character did have psychological issues, and he had like "help me" written across his head, and it was kind of interesting stuff. But the problem was they really took it in a bit of a comedy way, in the sense of, you know, the crowd were chanting "Head" whenever he would come out, and he kind of wasn't he in the Job Squad and kind of stuck in the mid card. And if he'd have had like darker music and they'd have made him like a darker character, maybe a bit more mysterious, giving him a bit more of a backstory as to, you know, why he was, you know, talking to the Head and all this kind of stuff. Like, if you'd have gone a slightly darker road with him, I think you could have got something quite interesting. Probably would have need to have. I think his physique was okay, but he never really stood out on the roster, and honestly, that might be why. If he'd have been a bit bigger, then maybe they would have given him a bit of a bigger push. Because, you know, Vince, he takes a look at someone, and depending on your size, depends on your push. So he might have looked at Al Snow, who was very competent in the ring, very good in the ring, and probably thought, yeah, we can do something with you around the mid card. And to be honest, that was it. He was just stuck around the mid card. So I think Jim Cornette, I'm sure Cornette was saying that he just didn't get what he deserved out of wrestling. Like, he had a career, and it was a solid enough gimmick that gave him a good few years of a payday and whatnot. But he probably deserved better than what he got. So I like Al Snow. I do like Al Snow. I just think he was caught in some horrible stories. Like, wasn't he in the story of the one with Big Boss Man where he was being fed his dog? Do you remember that? Like, he had a dog, and Boss Man killed the dog and fed it to him. That's in like one of the worst storylines ever. There was loads of stuff like that was just, feel bad for him. He definitely deserved better than he got, but could have been worse. Could have been worse, in all fairness. So yeah, have fun when you go to that. I can't say I've heard people talking bad about him, so I think he's a pretty cool guy. Robin said, "Is there any news today?" To be honest, I haven't seen loads of news today. The bits I saw that Keith Lee keeps talking about. He wants to tell us what's going on, but he can't at the moment. And he said that he was thinking of doing like a video chat, but that's not possible right now. So there's clearly something going on with Keith Lee. There's clearly something going on that's a bit of a concern and a bit of a problem. There's quite a bit to that story. I don't know where he is in regards to, I'm going to use the word recovery. I don't know where he is in regards to that, but he never got released, did he, by WWE? So you kind of do have to have a look at that and think that that's a positive sign. So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see kind of what comes of the Keith Lee thing. In regards to WWE being sold, there's no news on that front. There's no news on any more releases. There was loads of stuff revealed by Aleister Black. Things that he said that he wanted to do in WWE. The fact that he had loads of ideas. If you get a chance to watch the Aleister Black video that he did the other day, he did a stream where he was talking about, his release. He was talking about plans they had for him. They were talking about plans that he had, what kind of creative input he had, where the Black Father thing was going to lead, and he went through loads of stuff. I'd say that's some of the most interesting stuff from the past 24 hours. Brock Lesnar has been moved to the alumni page, so I believe that he wasn't on WWE's roster page at all, but now he's come back, and apparently people are getting excited that this looks like Brock Lesnar's going to re-sign and come back, and there's even rumours that he is about to sign a big contract, so it really looks like Brock's not that far away from returning. So anyone wondering, will he go to AEW, will he do this, will he do that? It looks like he's pretty close to coming back to WWE, potentially being at SummerSlam. Obviously, we know that Cena is due to return as well, and yeah, there's quite a bit. It's quite a bit going on, but I mean, the news has been the releases, hasn't it? Those superstar releases have been what everyone's been talking about. Harry Richard said, Days, what are your early Hell in a Cell predictions? I hope it's a good pay-per-view. We're obviously going to get Drew versus Bobby, but apart from that, I hope that the rest of the card is good. What are your thoughts? To be honest, I'm not going to worry about predicting the matches because, we'll find out. We're not too far away from finding out, if we're going to get Uso versus Uso, which I think we will. I mean, we might not, though. We might end up getting the Usos versus the Mysterios or something like that. But Jimmy versus Jay, I think, would be a really great match to book. And I think would be a really great match. So I would love to see that. And Bobby versus Drew, I've got high hopes that Bobby retains. And Bayley against Bianca, I'm sure we're heading towards that. We know that we've got Charlotte against Rhea. We don't know what Roman's doing yet, and there's every chance he just doesn't appear at this show, defend. He might be involved in the Uso storyline. Uso versus Uso. Roman could be at ringside or giving advice backstage and maybe doesn't defend the title. Be a bit weird for him to defend it now. I don't know how he's going to defend it or who he's going to defend it against. Are they going to bring Edge back? Are they going to have someone step up and challenge Roman? Who would do that? Shinsuke, maybe? I don't know. It'd be a little bit out the blue, a little bit last minute. So, I don't know. Perhaps this is one Roman's going to sit out. I wouldn't mind Shinsuke challenging Roman. I don't think it won't be Cesaro because he's obviously in a feud with Seth right now, so it won't be Cesaro. Edge coming back, I mean, we might get that tonight. Edge could come back and, book something, build something for Hell in a Cell. You don't need much build for that. So, I don't know. It's hard to say because obviously we don't know the card yet. There's only a few matches that have been announced. But yeah, I hope that it's going to be much better than WrestleMania Backlash, which wasn't a bad show in itself. It was just going into it, the card was very underwhelming. And I think the show kind of, delivered. The expectations were low, and I think the show probably overachieved against those expectations. But it in a show that I'm ever going to revisit. It's not a show that I'm ever going to go back to, or a show that anyone ever talks to me about, or changed the landscape of wrestling, or had any talking points or anything. Like, I just kind of feel like we really do need something. Like, wrestling just seems to be quite stale at the moment. Certainly WWE. It needs some. I mean, like, you've obviously got a lot of people crying out for The Fiend to come back. And Firefly Funhouse, because for them, without him around, it's very boring. I think Roman's not really involved in anything massive at the moment. The Uso stuff is big, but it's not really Roman. I mean, Roman is just kind of sitting this one out and letting the Usos have the spotlight for this. So we'll see where that leads. But just need a bit more. But saying that, with all these superstars being released, maybe they couldn't plan anything. Perhaps, you couldn't book shows and build people up because we've had these cuts hanging over the roster for a few weeks or something. And so as a result, Vince has known that there's going to be cuts, and so you can't really build up people. Although saying that he did with Alistair. But you can't really build up people and then cut them. So hopefully now we're past that. Maybe now we can start, getting somewhere. It's just a mess, isn't it? It's just a mess. So we'll see where we get to. Con, shout out to you. Salary says, do you think Vince is selling to WWE, and who to? A little bit split on it. I think that there's a chance that they are going to sell. There's definitely a chance because all the signs are pointing towards them, making the books look good and getting things set up for a sale. But I don't think it's anything that's going to happen anytime soon. There's rumours about NBC potentially buying them. And I would imagine there'd be a few interested parties because you're getting a guaranteed content and guaranteed audience, and those things are so important in the modern day because you've got so many streaming services and there's so many different places crying out for content. So you'd get a good price for it. Vince is getting a bit older now. I don't think Vince, who's spent his whole life building this up, created WrestleMania, Hulkamania, the Attitude Era. If you think about everything he's done, I don't know that he would ever want to walk away. I really don't think he would want to walk away. But are they making it look more attractive for a potential sale? Yeah, I could see that. I reckon Nick Khan has come in and, I think he's looking at the numbers and he's saying, look, we just don't need all of this. And I think he's kind of going through repositioning, restructuring, combining departments. There's 300 wrestlers that he's trimming down. And, I would imagine Nick Khan could be going into meetings and floating the idea of a potential WWE sale, putting the feelers out there, seeing what people say, seeing what buyers they are, seeing what numbers come back. Options, just options. But do I think that they're hell-bent on selling it? And they're like, right, we need to get this sold? No, I really don't think that. But could they be putting out the feelers? Could they be checking the water? Could they be seeing what people are saying? Yeah, they could definitely be doing that. But yeah, I'm not expecting like an announcement that WWE has been sold within the next month or 2 months or 6 months. I'm really not expecting that. I think if WWE does get sold, it's going to be a bit further down the road. I don't think it would be anytime soon. Because I think that, they're about to go back on the road, and I don't think Vince ever wants to sell. I really don't think Vince ever wants to sell. I think Vince would only sell if his health was in decline and his family just didn't want to carry it on. And I think he would weigh up the option of doing it then. But to my knowledge, Vince is fine. We saw him in the gym not long ago. So I kind of think that he's in an all right place. And yeah, I don't think they're going to look to sell. I think it will continue as it has been, but I think they are streamlining and putting feelers out there. Is my thoughts, but could be wrong. Could be wrong. Definitely could be wrong. I didn't expect Braun to get released. I didn't expect Aleister Black to get released. So they could definitely swerve me again with a potential sale. But I would be very, very surprised. Very surprised. Esteban said, if NBC buy WWE, how long before we see wrestling characters at Universal like Fake Razor and Diesel? Well, it'd be interesting to know what they would do with it, of course. If someone like Disney bought it, or if it went into Universal, I could see there being a physical place for fans. There's a Harry Potter land at Islands of Adventure. There's a Star Wars world at Disney. I suppose there is Marvel. Islands of Adventure is largely Marvel, isn't it? Thinking about it, so there is a Marvel section at Islands of Adventure in Florida. So, and there was a Simpsons world as well. So, a lot of the theme parks do have themed areas. So, could I see there being a themed WWE area? Absolutely. So, I think they could get a lot out of it if, Disney or Universal, ended up getting it. But I think that I don't see that in the near future. But, yeah, there's lots of stuff that could happen if it went into someone else's hands. Fast and Furious is there too, says Angelo. Tom Latimer on his WWE release, Battle with Alcoholism. Rob said, I've got a feeling the next big wad of cuts from WWE I might be on the list too. I missed a super chat, did I? Let's have a look. Literally, once they go past, I can't see them. There's nothing. Normally, it tells you at the top of the chat box. It's got a little icon. I haven't got any of those. That's annoying, isn't it? So, apologies if I have missed it. Thank you, Anna. Zenova says, Jimmy versus Roman, Hell in a Cell, Jay as ref, and he has to choose sides. To be honest, my gut reaction to Jimmy versus Roman is not for me, right? And the reason I say that is because we had Jay versus Roman, and I just feel like it's the exact same match, the exact same story, at the exact same pay-per-view. If we had Jay versus Roman at Hell in a Cell, and now if we get Jimmy versus Roman, it's just like history repeating itself. But I do like Jay being the ref and having to choose. I do like that aspect of it. So I could get into it for that reason. But I'm more into Uso versus Uso because we've not seen that before. So I'm more into that. But I don't mind that. I don't mind if they do Jimmy Roman with Jay as guest ref. I can see your point definitely on that. Days, NXT In Your House is next Sunday. We will be doing it. So we've got a few streams coming up. Obviously, tonight is quite a long one. We're 9 minutes away from SmackDown beginning. As soon as we're done with SmackDown, we'll immediately jump over to AEW. As soon as we're done with tonight, obviously, we've got UFC tomorrow. Not the most glamorous card, but just nice to have the UFC back, to be honest. And, plenty of fights for us to get our teeth into. Happy to talk about wrestling, UFC, whatever you want to talk about. So even if you just jump in and say hello and, share your thoughts on whatever, we're definitely here for that. So we've got UFC tomorrow. On Sunday, we've got the England football match. It's the final friendly before the Euros. So England versus Romania. There was a player that got injured the other day in that game. And sadly, he is out. The news has come through that Trent Alexander-Arnold is out of the England team following that injury against Austria the other day. So we'll obviously get some more news on that. I think they don't want to say who's going to replace him until after this Romania game, because obviously there could be more injuries. So it's kind of interesting that he's out. So there's things happening with England. Final friendly on Sunday. I think we've got the NWA pay-per-view as well, which has got like Serena Deeb versus Camille and Nick Aldis versus Trevor Murdoch and a few other matches that look quite interesting. So I think we can do that. I think that's not clashing. I don't believe that clashes with the football. So and then we've got Raw on Monday, NXT on Tuesday. I think we're back to AEW on Wednesday. So plenty coming up. And of course the Euros starting soon. We've got Mayweather as well. Logan Paul and Mayweather. So hang on, is that this Sunday? Is the NWA this Sunday or the week after? Flip. I'll have to look into this. Definitely doing Mayweather versus Logan Paul, and that is definitely this weekend. So I need to write that down, actually. That had completely slipped my mind. I'll have to see what that clashes with. Mayweather, Logan. Just another stream to set up, another thumbnail to make. Okay, I've added it to my very long list of things to do. So, plenty of streams coming up this weekend. Nolene, shout out to you. Hope you are well, Nolene. Hope you're keeping Patrick in check after he was looking at boobs on the Discord. I mean, I don't want to, rat him out, but I'm just saying. He's a wild one, that Patrick. You can't trust him. Can't trust him. I missed the stream on Monday. What did you think of Jimmy Smith? Asks WrestleBuzz. Shout out to you. From what I heard, he sounded really good. I think that he's got a good... his tone works well for wrestling. I think that he kind of fits in quite nicely. I didn't really... his lead commentator, so he's not really going to be going through lots of different wrestling moves. I wasn't expecting him to do what Excalibur does, which is like name all of these, wild moves that you've never seen before. Like a triple inverted uranagi and all this kind of stuff. So, I wasn't expecting any of that from him. That's not really the WWE way anyway. But I think he painted some decent pictures, told some decent stories, seemed to be relatively comfortable, and I think the feedback on Twitter was quite positive towards him, so seemed to be alright from what I heard, but I'm probably the worst person to ask because I have to have the sound turned down for copyright reasons. So people in the chat, I'm sure, could give you a better idea as to how he did. Jake Huston, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Appreciate the support. 4 minutes away from this week's SmackDown. Cavi said, do you think Jon Moxley, Eddie Kingston will win the AEW tag team titles in the future? And will Kevin Owens win tonight? I think there's a good chance Moxley and Kingston will win the tag titles. I don't know when. Because I think the Bucks will have those titles for a little while still. I think that there's lots of challengers for Omega, so having Moxley in the tag division at the moment is probably the best place for him. You don't need Moxley around a mid-card title, and I kind of feel like this is the best place for him, to be honest. So, I would very much have Moxley going after those belts once again. So I like Moxley and Kingston together in that spot. And in regards to Owens tonight, I'm not massively confident for Owens tonight. I think that they're still all aboard the hype train, aren't they, for Apollo? So yeah, I can't really see Apollo losing the title tonight, to be honest. But we'll see. We'll find out. We're not far away from finding out. We are literally 3 minutes away. If you are just joining us, welcome, welcome, welcome. It is that time again. Friday Night Smackdown, maybe the best show of the week. Certainly the show that I look forward to. And should be a good one. Hopefully. Let's go down. We don't need the moan meter for SmackDown. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Harley said, Days, Bianca Belair has a challenge for Bayley. It will be revealed tonight. Are they actually going to do hair versus hair? I knew it would be bald Bayley. I think there's a very good chance of hair versus hair. I mean, Bianca's hair is such a big part of her character. And obviously Bayley shouting that, she's a cheater and that she used her hair. I could definitely see hair versus... I don't know if we'll get it now or in the future, but her hair is such a big part of her character that I think they'll definitely do a hair versus hair match at some point. But could be right. Could be this one with Bayley. Mohammed said, I'm sad because WWE released Braun Strowman and Aleister Black and Ruby and Murphy. Jacko said, with more releases coming, I'm scared for Keith, Mia, Dana, Aaliyah. Well, I don't know. I don't know if there are more. There was rumours that there could be, but I honestly don't know if there is going to be. So we'll have to wait and see. I wouldn't really want to speculate on... who would be in trouble or, who could go and all this kind of stuff. It's just rough, isn't it? It's just awful at the moment. Mango said, did you know that there are only 2 women tag teams in WWE? Yeah, I saw that because of some of these releases, obviously with Lana going, that hurts Naomi and Lana. Or breaks them up. With Ruby going, that breaks up the Riot Squad. So, they need to probably disband the women's tag division, if you will, or call up quite a few women from NXT. Because in all fairness, they've got 300 odd wrestlers on the books. They really could do with a bit of a shake-up, and who knows, we might get that shake-up. There's a couple of schools of thoughts. There's people saying this might be the end of the brand split, and I can definitely understand why people would say that. And there's people saying that there could be a load of call-ups and we could get a real refresh, and we could absolutely get that as well. But I think what we can agree on is they can't really afford to just continue with the rosters as they are. They're going to have to do something. Someone's going to have to do something. Because you're absolutely right. You can't really run a women's tag division with, just what we've got. Right, Roman is making his way out. Roman Reigns promo, I'm guessing. So Roman in a tracksuit. It's been 2 weeks without Roman. Bring The Way to either Raw or Friday Night Smackdown. The Way would be a great addition. Probably put him on Raw, to be honest. But, I mean, yeah, you're getting... That'd be great. I mean, honestly, bringing up The Way, and if the Undisputed Era was still around, bringing them up as well. Could have been a lot of fun. First time reminds me of Trevor Slattery. Lee, shout out to you. Why did they release Aleister Black when he just started a rivalry with Big E? Honestly, not sure. Budget cuts is what Aleister Black was told. That was the reason that he was given. And they said they found him intriguing and they could see loads of potential ways to use him. So it's difficult, isn't it? It's really, really difficult. I have no idea why Aleister Black. No idea at all. Because I think he was fantastic in ring. And I think that he had quite an intriguing character. And I think the Dark Father stuff was great as well. And I don't get it. The Aleister Black one, I don't understand. I can understand the Braun one because of his contract being so big. So Braun was apparently earning like over $1 million, 1 to 1.5 million a year or something. And so cutting that out of the wage bill, I can understand. I don't agree with it, but I can understand it. But Aleister Black wouldn't have been on that kind of money. No way. Steve Cutler debuted in Impact this week, and Enzo debuted in SWE Fury. James Chadwick, shout out to you. Esteban said WWE were proposing a theme park land to Universal back at WrestleMania 33. Images are online. Aziz is barred from ringside, says Lazy. Did you hear Liv Morgan, Keith Lee, Angel Garza, and oh no, Charles, I didn't. And to be honest, I wouldn't even speculate. Right, we've got Roman in the ring. Brian said they fired Braun, but they bring back Lesnar. It doesn't make sense. Roman holding up that Universal Championship. Right. It took a while for him to get down to the ring. 4 minutes into the show, and so far we've had a Roman entrance. Roman in the ring with Paul Heyman. Let's see what Roman's got to say. Roman sucks is being piped in. Roman makes 1 million a month, says Mango. Can you see them releasing Naomi? I don't want to speculate on who could get released. Hopefully they don't release anyone. Roman taking his time. So Roman went to talk, and the boos. The boos are piped in. I must say, after seeing that real crowd at AEW, it doesn't quite feel the same now I'm sitting here knowing that this is fake crowd noises. Like, I'm seeing Roman react to fake crowd noises. It's no secret I'm the centerpiece. I'm a giver. I allowed this to happen. But let's be clear. It's still gripping. Jimmy, you said that you're going to win. You'd better win. So Roman asks Heyman to get the Usos out, and the Usos are coming out. So Roman said that he is the centerpiece. He allowed the Usos to get this opportunity and to get this title match. The Usos come out. Roman said about Jimmy that Jimmy said that they were going to win, and he'd better win. Obviously, we know that Roman has had a word with Jay, so I do think this match is going to go ahead, but it's hard to call who's going to win. Are the Usos going to win the tag titles, or is it going to be a case that Jay does turn? That kind of feels like the likely way. Usos have come down then, so we've got the Usos in the ring with Roman. A lot of pacing around. Acknowledge me. He said, I thought I did acknowledge you. This is interesting. I'm tired of him saying acknowledge me, says Mango Mango. BBB Yipsy said WWE for the last few years, they start a story and then they drop it. They did the same thing with the Hacker, Liv, Ali and Buddy, now Alistair and other. That's interesting. Okay, so we've got Roman and saying to the Usos, good luck. It's so slow, but so compelling. Make sure you win. Our whole family is watching. Get the job done. To the Uso penitentiary. Do you know what? I mean, nothing really is said there. Roman basically saying that he allowed this to happen. He tells the Usos to get the job done. Jimmy is fired up. And Roman walks away. So we're 10 minutes in, and you could argue that not really anything has happened. But it's so... the way that it's all delivered, it's so compelling. Because you know that there's layers to this. You know that Roman has spoke to Jay. You know that there's potential here for a big turn. You know that we could be heading to like Uso versus Uso. Or are we going to get the Usos as the tag team champs? It is so interesting. It's so simple, but in a complicated way. It's the most complicated, simple story I've ever seen. I like their gear. Are you going to watch Dynamite? Absolutely. Absolutely. Nothing much was said, but it was solid, said Brony. Days, what is the best AJ match in WWE and Impact? I didn't watch Impact, so I can't comment on that. I know that he was in that triple threat, wasn't it? AJ, Samoa Joe, and Christopher Daniels in what is regarded as the best Impact match of all time, and you know, one of the best matches of all time. Certainly up there for best triple threat of all time. So that would have to be in the conversation. I think his matches with Cena, especially, are in the conversation when it comes to AJ. And then, of course, he was over in New Japan and had some incredible matches over there as well. So AJ Styles has had a whole career of incredible matches. So hard to know where to start, really, when it comes to AJ. Do you think MVP and the Street Profits are teasing something? I don't think so. There's a picture online of them together, and Street Profits looking a bit moody, but I gotta be honest, when it comes to social media, I pretty much ignore it. I just think that a lot of the wrestlers are out to create a buzz, and that's fine. I totally get it, but just time after time after time, how many times do we see, wrestlers tweeting stuff and saying stuff, and it just doesn't lead anywhere? I mean, there's just countless examples. So, MVP taking a picture with the Street Profits. Street Profits looking a little bit moody. I'll believe it when I see it. If they're going to use that in storyline, brilliant. I would love it. I think heel moody Street Profits would be brilliant. And certainly you look at it and you go, oh, that's intriguing. But, I mean, is it anything more than just Street Profits creating a little bit of buzz, getting a few talking points? I don't think so. I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Please don't let Cardi B be the host, says Omeron. Dr. DJ said, do you think we could get Lashley versus Cena at SummerSlam? You could definitely get that, yes. But I would be surprised if they didn't do Cena versus Roman. I think that's a bigger match. Cena-Lashley is still a great match, though. And is probably the match that Lashley needs, to be honest. Lashley needs to beat some big names. And beating Drew isn't quite going to do it. Because Drew is sort of established as a main event star. But I think they need to be beating credible opponents. Like, Lashley could really do with beating Orton. Could really do with beating AJ Styles. Could really do with beating absolute bona fide legends. And I kind of feel like Drew... It's kind of like Drew's just entered the main event scene. So Bobby beating Drew is big, but not Cena big. Not Randy Orton big. Not Edge big. Just big. So I kind of feel that that would be a great match for Lashley if he could get wins over legends like Cena. Vape Ross Vape said, I think fans care more than the WWE does. I think WWE does whatever it feels it needs to do. I think it looks at the analytics, and I think it aims itself at a certain demographic, and it tries to please that demographic. I don't think WWE is trying to please everyone. I think they are trying to do, whatever is going to be best for them business-wise. And I do think a lot of segments are not aimed at, certainly not at me. And I think a lot of people probably feel that way, that there's segments that just aren't aimed at them. I think if you're a kid, you're probably loving it. If you're a kid, you probably are just like, oh, this is the best, who's going to win out of this? And, I think a lot of it is aimed at that demographic, in truth. So, I don't know. I think they probably do care. I mean, obviously they want to be in business and they want to make money. So, I think they probably do care. But they're just probably not trying to pitch the show to everyone, Right. Let's have a look and see what we got here then and where we go here, because we're underway with Dominic and Ray versus the Usos, and we've got Dominic in white and orange, and we've got Ray in white and red. Would be nice if these two could wear the same colour scheme, to be honest, but they're taking on the Usos in what should be a good match. First, father-son tag team champs taking on the Usos, who I think mentioned that they were trying to become 7-time champs. Do you think Braun should have become a Grand Slam champ? He only needed the US and WWE. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know if that's really anything that Braun would be that bothered by. I don't know that getting a mid-card title like the US is something that you'd want to use Braun for. I kind of feel that Braun is someone that you would use for... He's someone that you would use for the main event scene, but it's hard to keep him fresh because he is a monster. And he's already done a lot of flipping over vehicles. And he's, destroyed rings. Destroyed platforms and Titantrons and all this kind of stuff. He tipped over the production truck. I mean, what else could they have him do? I kind of feel that they've done a lot with him. And I think he's quite limited in ring. I mean, this is not a knock at Braun. I like Braun as a person. And I think there's definitely a spot for him on the roster. But, I don't know, I don't know if, being a Grand Slam champion is something people really worry about all that much. It's not, I don't know if it's kind of seen as the be-all and end-all. I think people put a lot more value in being a multiple-time world champion rather than being a Grand Slam champion. So, would it have been better for Braun to have been a 5-time champ? WWE champ or Universal champ rather than a Grand Slam champ? It's an interesting conversation. I think if you achieve it, I think being a Grand Slam champion, if you achieve it, it's something that you shout about. If you don't achieve it, it's not something that you worry about, to be honest. I don't think anyone's going to be that gutted that they weren't a Grand Slam champ. I'm sure, maybe Cena. I don't think Cena ever won the Intercontinental. So I'm sure, even though that's a mid-card title, I'm sure he probably wished he had held it once. Do you know what I mean? Just to say he held it. But I can't imagine that he's that bothered. Strowman would have worked better in the 80s and 90s. He's pretty limited in today's wrestling, says Herb. Yeah, I mean, certainly in the 80s, where you can go around a few different territories and you could, work for a few different companies, that would be better for Strowman. Onto the edge of the barricade goes Ray. We're underway and with this match, and the Usos very much in control. Yeah, I think Strowman being someone that is quite limited really works better in the territories. So he can go, like Andrade did, to a territory, help a babyface, win a battle royal, do the basics, and then move on to the next town and do the exact same thing again, and do it again and 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 again. Come back to America, maybe do a different program, maybe work a feud, all that kind of stuff. I mean, just do what Andre did. Chop misses. Ray looking for reverse run. I don't know. Head scissors to the outside, and that'll probably be the commercial break spot, is it? Looks like he's going to go for a suicide dive first. Slides onto the shoulders. Oh, that's nice. Slides onto the shoulders of, I think it was Jay. Onto the shoulders of Jay, and Jay just plants, I think it was a Samoan drop, onto the announce table. The announce table didn't break, but it was a good spot, though. It's a good spot. Have you ever tried ham, beetroot, and jam sandwich? No, and it sounds horrific. Is there any non-stream content on the way? Any non-stream content? I thought you was talking about the group The Way. Is there any non-stream content on the way? Do you know what? I've been trying to work on a figure video, and I've had a bit of a nightmare with it because I was doing all right at the start of the week, and then all the news came out about the releases. And also, we've been setting up a Discord for members of the channel. And I've been kind of exploring that this week as well. And also I've had to set up the football streams. Now they're set up, I can just use the same kind of stream as a template. So, like, I've kind of already got the thumbnails sorted, I've got graphics sorted, but there's just been a week of just setting up a lot of stuff, setting up football streams, creating new thumbnails, setting up a Discord. It's just been a week of that. So I was trying to do a figure video, but I didn't get that far with it, unfortunately. But I did at the start of the week. That was my plan. So I am trying, and I keep getting asked about toy hunts, and I will try and get one of those done as well. So, yeah, there's 100% there's non-stream content coming back to the channel. It's just time. And I got to tell you, next couple of weeks not looking great for that, because we've got so many streams. I mean, UFC had a week off and has now come back, and has come back with a bang. You know, I think it's next weekend. We've got a big UFC show. Obviously, we're not far away from Hell in a Cell. Obviously, we got the Euros starting as well. So it just kind of feels like we're about to hit a pretty busy period for streams. And obviously, you know, we've got SmackDown every week, Raw every week, AEW every week, NXT every week. So, yeah, we're about to hit quite a busy period. But we'll see. We'll see how it all shakes out, and we'll see what we can get onto the channel. Andres said, if Brock returns, would you make him come back at Hell in a Cell? Would you do it for the first pay-per-view with fans back? I would probably do it. When would I do it? I would do it definitely with fans, but I don't know if I'd do it with a pay-per-view. To be honest, I think Raw's ratings need a boost, so I would do it on Raw. And I would do it at a Raw with fans. I wouldn't do it the first show, because I think that's a bit predictable. I think the first show that fans... I think the first show that fans come back is a story all unto itself. I think the first show with fans back is the story. I think you could get people to tune in just because fans are back for the first time, and you could make a big deal of that. Obviously, the second week, it's not going to have the same appeal. So, maybe the second week of fans, I would look to use Brock. I wouldn't use Brock the first week. I think you can give the live fans a nice little surprise the first week quite easily by bringing someone back that's not been around, like Keith Lee, if that's possible. I think you could call someone up from NXT. Do you know what I mean? You could do something still nice, but not Brock size, and save Brock for a few weeks once fans are back, and then that gives you a big talking point for later on. But I don't know if I'd do it at the pay-per-view, to be honest. I kind of think people are going to tune into the pay-per-view anyway. The people that are going to watch the pay-per-view are going to watch the pay-per-view, and if you bring Brock out, you sort of, I don't want to say you waste it, 'cause obviously you don't waste it, but I kind of think that you could do it for a Raw and really help benefit the views there, because they need help, man. They really need help. Right, we're both teams are down. We are back from the commercial break. Double axe handle to the back, and we've got Jimmy in there with Ray. Don't forget, this is for the tag team titles. Tag team titles on the line. And it's quite interesting. Do you think Undisputed Era versus Shield would be a good match? 100%. I think you've got lots of great workers. Lots of great workers in that match. Corey said, I can't get into the bot room. It says I'm not old enough. Can you make it so I can get back in there? I can do that. I can do that. I can do that right now. Live on stream. I think I've got quite a few notifications in the Discord as well, so it's going to be a bit of a struggle for me to get to them all. Boom. What I would say to the members, if you've got suggestions, put them in the suggestions area. I'm quite happy to go through and read those. Other things I might struggle to get to. So if you've got like questions, then maybe just put it in the suggestion area. If you've got questions or suggestions, put them in the suggestions area. Nice crossbody by Dominic. Springboard crossbody. So it's Dominic in the ring right now. Looking for a net breaker on Jimmy. It's always hard to see if it's Jimmy or Jay. You have to go off the tattoos. And at the moment, I've been using the t-shirts. I know that Jay has got the big cross on his arm and Jimmy doesn't. But I find it quicker to look at the shirts. Obviously, Jay wears the right-hand man shirt. Jimmy wears the day one-ish shirt. DDT by Dominic. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. We got Ray on the outside. Nice pace to the match now. So it's kind of, it's had a bit of a slow pace. We've had Ray trying to make the tag to Dominic. Dominic doing some decent work here. Credit where it's due. Strike by Jimmy. Headbutt by Jimmy as well. I think Dominic's problem is that even though he can do some stuff in the ring, and he's certainly not a bad wrestler, he doesn't get lost, and he can do some, he's got some decent moves to him. I think his problem is that his physique isn't that great, and there's better people in NXT. Nice Samoan drop to Dominic. 1, 2. Kick out by Dominic. Very close for the Usos. Cliff said the Grizzly Smith episode of Darkside was rough. You can tell the difference by the hair, says Dior Braxton. I looked for the knee brace. That's interesting. Actually, they are wearing different attires. You've got shorts on Jay, and you've got like trousers on Jimmy as well. So you can look for those differences also. So yeah, good points. Nice seated sent onto the outside by Ray. Super kick there by Jay. Which Jimmy actually. Drop toe hold. Dominic looking to go against the ropes. Looking for a 619, but it's a super kick. So Jimmy going up top. And looking for the splash. Dominic gets knees up. Doesn't look brilliant. Roll up by Dominic. Dominic gets the pin. I think the end of that doesn't look great, to be honest. Usos can't beat Dominic Mysterio. Lol. I feel like the match was alright. The match was okay. Decent enough, but not a big fan of the ending. Jimmy comes down off the top. Dominic kind of has his knees up, but it just looks weird. And then he just rolls him up. And actually Jimmy, in fairness, Jimmy gets the shoulder up, so there is a little talking point here. 2. Yeah, shoulders up. 1, 2. Yeah, shoulders up. Shoulders up on 3. That's interesting. Okay, so they've done a ref spot here where you can see that Jimmy's shoulders up. I'm guessing Roman's still going to be... Roman is angry. We've gone back to Roman. Roman says, bring them to me now. Roman's upset. That's on purpose. So Roman will be mad at Jimmy. Shoulder was up, but the ending was sloppy. I agree with that. I think when he comes down and he lands, There's just like a millisecond where it's a bit awkward because Dominic's got his knees up, but Jimmy doesn't really go into the knees. And there's just like a millisecond where it's like he has to think like, did he hit me? Am I selling? I'm gonna sell, and he starts selling, and it just looks a bit clunky. And then like we go into the roll up, we get the shoulder up. So all right, match, clunky ending, interesting pinfall though. The way that he got his shoulder up, and we'll see how that plays into a story. So we'll see what comes of it. I'm quite interested. I mean, I'm on board. Seth Rollins' exclusive interview coming up next. Let's change the text over then. Good match though, says Harley. Seth Rollins interview. Not a botch, it's part of the story. Big Boy Dally said Days Britt Baker was presented with 1,500 Big Macs after her title win. What? What's she going to do with them? Graham said, Days, now that she's not a part of a tag team, could you see Naomi becoming part of Smackdown? Well, absolutely, because she's a big part of, obviously, the family, married to Jimmy, and what Jimmy's going through. I think she would be... you'd have to think there will be a bit of moving around of personnel. So, yeah, I think there's a good chance that we do see that happening. It's interesting, isn't it? We'll have to see. We'll have to see how this plays out. BBBY Yipsy said it was a terrible ending. It was similar to how Ronda lost to Becky at WrestleMania. Austin said, can't wait to see Britt Baker later. Yeah, Alvin, shout out to you. I did notice that when we started. I didn't even think about it, but you are right. Ruby Riott is still on the thumbnail, so we will have to take her off. What Seth is wearing will be the most interesting thing so far tonight, says John. Vape Ross Vape said, how do I get to be a Discord member since day one? Should be on there should be a link in the community tab to it. So you should be able to get to it that way. Desmond, WWE Podcast said bad ending. Cliff asks, what is your favourite Hasbro figure? I've got a few, to be honest, but the one that's got a real soft spot in my heart is Dusty Rhodes. Not my favourite figure itself. It's a great figure, but it's a figure that... I'm trying to see if I can see it, actually, and I can't quite spot it. I'm fortunate to have a couple. It was when I was a kid, it was the rarest figure. Didn't even know about the Kamala with the moon on the belly, which they only made 25 of. As a kid, I'd never even heard about that existing. So, but the figure that I had heard of and that all my friends had heard of that was no one could find, and everyone like spoke about it, and it was rare, and you'd go to the shops hoping to find it on a shelf because, you know, you didn't know. You didn't know that this thing was hard to find or that it just wasn't going to be on a shelf. So, yeah, I remember going to the shops and looking, like, see if I could find the Dusty Rhodes. But, yeah, Dusty Rhodes, it was super hard to find. And I remember there was a shop in Stourbridge that sold wrestling figures. It was only there for a short time, but it sold wrestling figures. And it had a Dusty Rhodes, and it was on a shelf behind the counter, just standing there. I think it was something like £300-400, like crazy amount. Because like this is before, you got to think this is before eBay. So like now you could go on eBay and you could find one. I don't know how much they would be now. Probably at a guess 80, 100. I don't know. There could be more. But back then, there wasn't an internet. There wasn't an eBay. You weren't finding it on a shelf. You likely weren't finding it at a car boot. So this would be like one of your only ways to get it would be to pay this astronomical sum of money for this Dusty Rhodes. So I did not get it from there, I can tell you, but I certainly did go in a few times to take a look at it. Can I have a look at the Dusty Rhodes, please? I am interested in buying it. Are you? No. Well, I am interested, but I've literally got £1.50 in my pocket, so... right, we are back, and we've got the Usos with Roman. He's not happy. We need to correct this mistake. I want this fixed tonight. I want you to understand my position. You're 6-time tag team champs. Roman talking about how Jay has main evented. You understand. Roman asking Jay, do you understand my position? Plenty of drama. So Roman has told him to fix it. Right, we've got Seth Rollins now. Seth and Kayla. I'm surprised the Usos Mysterios wasn't main event, but maybe something good will happen later, says Sporty Boy. Yeah, maybe. He's told him to fix it. He's told him they've got the rest of the night to fix it. So let's see what they can do. That was gripping, says Anna. Yeah, I mean, all of these segments with Roman are really... They really grab you, don't they? Like, you can't wait to see what he's going to say to these guys. And it is very, very gripping stuff. Smile on Seth's face at the moment. Proud of himself after being shown what he did to Cesaro last week. That's a great suit. It's a white suit with like flowers on. Flower suit. It is a flower suit, yes. So Kayla said that Cesaro refuses to give up or back down. I think she's upsetting Seth a little bit here. Seth's taking his microphone. What's he doing? I think, is he giving it to her? He throws it at Kayla. Huh? He just so softly took it off and looked at it. And just threw it at Kayla. And Kayla was like, thank you. That was kind of fun. Little smirk and giggle at the end. That was kind of fun. I like that. Right, we got the Street Profits backstage with Gable. Seth has 78 losses and 14 wins since his Messiah character started, says Mango. BBB Yipsy said, what if Becky comes back? What brand do you think she'll get the title match immediately? I don't know if she'll get a title match immediately. I could see them like easing her back in all fairness, rather than just chucking her straight in for the belt. Let's go. I would think she would come back to SmackDown to be with Seth. I think Raw needs her more. I think she should go to Raw, but I think she'd want to be with Seth. I can't imagine. I mean, they're parents. Like, I can't imagine them wanting to work separate shows. The Usos are going to win because Roman might distract the Mysterios. Right, we've got Carmella. Now, Mia Yim was meant to debut and face Carmella. So, I'm wondering if we might have Mia Yim come out now. So, let's have a look and see what we get here. We've got Carmella. And don't know who she's facing. So, big entrance for Carmella. Seth Rollins doing his best Handman imitation from Enter the Dragon. He's got that look with the glove. Could be Mia Yim or Liv, says Harley. It is Liv. It is Liv. So it's going to be Carmella one-on-one with Liv. I've no idea if they're going to do anything with Liv. I mean, she's not in the ring, so I can't imagine they've got an entrance planned for her. I would imagine she'll go back to the entrance music she was using before. If they've got like a new... Like, if she's got new attire and entrance music, I'll be very surprised. Very, very surprised. In a way, I'm surprised she's not already just standing in the ring. I think Carmella is the first one to come down. Liv should win, doing nothing with Mella, says Harley. But as Spark said, Liv's push is coming up next. Nobfreeze says, Liv, don't blow it. Thank you, Days. I'm happy you took down my title. Oh, do you know what? It's meant to be there. It's just because it's on a separate stream. No one's going to catch you anytime soon, though. I'll put it back up, bud. I said that it would be there. I'll probably mess with it during the AEW stream. Let's go back to this. Will she return with Nana? Nana? What's Nana? It's Pichu. Shout out to you. Cliff said no one cares about Liv. Riot was the anchor. Harley said, remember, Liv's been learning new moves. Liv is going to be a great singles competitor, says Curtis. Right, well, we're at commercial break. We'll see what Liv can do. Liv has made big improvements whilst being on the main roster. It's quite a challenge for her to go off on her own. Obviously, she was doing stuff on her own, though, when she was in that feud with Lana. She was obviously having to get used to not being in the Riot Squad. I think it's very different not having the Riot Squad around at all, though. Like, she's backstage and Ruby is just not there. She's having to get ready, and now she's going to be on the road on her own. She's got friends, though. There's no denying that. Like, I would imagine the women stick together. So they're definitely going to have support backstage, but it is going to be different for her. So undeniable, there'll be a lot of goodwill towards Liv here, hoping that she does well. What do you think of the Carmella song? I'm not crazy about it. No one should be released, says Cheese Whiz. SmackDown has only got 7 female competitors, maybe 8 with Mia Yim. Sarah Logan leaves in 2020 and then Ruby Riott. I think she's friends with Bayley, says Harley. William, yeah, shout out to you, bud. I will put that on. I will get it sorted. You absolutely deserve your name on the stream for what you continue to achieve. But it slipped my mind, honestly, to set it up on the SmackDown one. Right, Ozzy Osbourne is the official theme of Hell in a Cell. Do you think we will get The Fiend? Well, The Fiend will return, but I just don't know when that's going to happen, to be honest. Right, we're backstage with Adam Pearce and Sonya Deville. Usos have arrived. So they're furious about the referee. Yeah. Sonya says they're going to review the footage and let the Usos know what they decide. Okay, Carmella in the ring then. We're going back to this match. We're, as we said, about 10 minutes away from half-time. Half-time scores. Liv is the GOAT. Yeah. So it is back to her normal old entrance. Usual ring attire. She just threw the coat at the camera and couldn't see anything then. Liv looks good. Okay, well, Liv versus Carmella then. Let's see how this goes. Bella sounded. Slapped by Carmella. Push her the face again. One more. Liv chases after Carmella. Carmella runs to the outside. Into the ring. Starts stomping away on Liv. Liv drags Carmella out the ring. Throws her into the barricade. Is this the Liv push I wanted? Into the barricade again goes Carmella. Carmella on the outside. Getting smashed face first into the edge of the ring. And again. Carmella thrown back into the ring. Goes to the outside. Liv comes in. Kick to the knee by Carmella. This is going to be interesting, says Hayden. Back elbows by Carmella on Liv. Down goes Liv going for the cover. Kick out by Liv. Liv makeover. Let's go. This is it, says Don. Carmella's old character is much better. Into the corner goes Carmella. Liv charges, rolls away. Nice. Pulling back the arms of Carmella and slinging her over to the corner. One, two. Shoulder up by Carmella. So 2 count for Liv. Goes for... Yeah. She kind of launched herself at Carmella that was against the ropes. Carmella moves out the way. Code of silence applied. Code of silence and she taps. Carmella beats Liv. There's not much you can do with that time. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. They got given a few minutes. What are you meant to do with that? Right, Carmella wins, and she's posing in the middle of the ring. We go backstage. We got Bianca Belair in a corridor. Liv should have won, says Brony. Cliff said the women's division is botched when it should be as good as the men. So coming up, we've got Bianca challenging Bayley. Bianca challenges Bayley. We got that coming up next. M. Durat said maybe they'll start a redemption story with Liv. I really hope Liv wouldn't get released, says Herb. What is going to happen with Jimmy and Jay? We're going to find out, but I mean, I don't see them getting the tag titles now, to be honest. So we'll have to see what comes of that. Fans are turning on Drew, says Mary. Liv loses. No, we don't know that, bud. Raw looks good, says William. Is Cardi B really the host? Well, it's the rumour that she's going to be doing some... I don't know that she's the host, but WrestleVotes said that the arrangement is more than just using her song. So we didn't get any more than that. So I don't know if she's going to be doing a performance live, if she's going to be a host, if she's going to be wrestling. I don't know. Just know that WrestleVotes said that expect more than just WWE using the Cardi B song. Days Corey Graves likes Carmella posing. He does. Do you think Liv needs to move to Raw and feud with Rhea or Flair? I think that's too high up for her. I think Liv needs to win a couple of feuds. I feel like you probably need to build Liv up first. You know, now she's on her own. Let's give her a feud. Let's give her a feud. Have her win that feud. Let's get her cutting some promos and telling a story and, you know, getting her on the show. I mean, don't forget, we don't see her week in, week out. We hardly see her. So I think put her in a feud. Have her win that feud. Have her cut some promos. Give her some time on her matches. Maybe a pay-per-view match as well. Like, let's do all that first and see how she comes through that. And then we can have a look and see what the title picture looks like. See, you know, are the fans with her or not? And take it from there. But I wouldn't move her to Raw and put her in a feud with Rhea Ripley. I don't think she's anywhere near ready for that. She's just been in a tag team that hasn't been used all that much. So I think you've kind of got to re-establish her with the fans, you know. She's got to be, at the moment, she's not seen as like a credible threat. So I think you need to make her look like a credible threat if you're going to put her in a title feud. Cardi Canadian Destroyer. Harry Richards said, out of the superstars that have been released, who do you see going to AEW? I see Alistair, Braun, and Lana. I think Alistair and maybe Ruby Riott. I wonder if Braun is done with wrestling. I'm not sure. Maybe if they offer him a lot of money, he would come. He would go to AEW. But I think Braun's made a lot of money, and I think that he is, rumours are, looking at doing like strongman competitions and things like that. He might even like retire on a farm or something, you know. So Alistair wants to continue, and Ruby wants to continue. So I could see those two. So they are going to defend the titles again tonight. I would have liked it then if they'd have turned around. I would have loved it if Ray had just laughed and they both just walked out the door. I would have had so much respect for the Mysterios then. I'm sorry, we've already had one match tonight. We've already defended our titles. If your referee can't make the right decision, how has that got anything to do with us? See you next week. And they walk out the door. That would have been better, in my opinion. Because then Sonya and Adam would have to explain to the Usos why they can't have the rematch tonight. Right, we are back from commercial break, so it looks like, well, we are going to get that match between the Mysterios and the Usos. If we're rematching things, then Liv needs a rematch. There was no controversy, though. She tapped. So there was a shoulder up with the Usos match. That's where the controversy came from. Right, we've got Bianca and Bayley. We've got a little segment now, which could be quite interesting. Look at this attire; is quite interesting as well. She looks like not Harley Quinn out of the comics, but like an actual Harley Quinn. One side of her outfit is orange, the other side is like pink. I think she's made that herself. She's so good at making outfits. She makes all her ring gear. I wouldn't be surprised if she made that herself. I can't wait for fans. It's dull with fake crowd noises, says Brony. Her attire reminds me of Dunkin' Donuts. Perhaps she's paying homage to Dunkin' Donuts. The only thing that Bayley has done is laugh. On the border between Idaho and Wyoming is a place called the Zone of Death. It's in Yellowstone, where you can bring someone and murder them and get away with it. Okay. That's cool. Bianca said that laugh is getting to me. It's getting to me more than I thought it would. Girl. People have been trying to keep me down since I was 3 feet tall. Girl. I love that catchphrase. People used to call me mannish. I left all them people in the dust as I won trophy after trophy. Did anyone see the kid on the screen? What, on the screen behind? She said, I've never had anyone laugh at me in my face. After everything I've been through, I've never had anyone laugh at me in my face. Look at that. I've only just noticed the heels on her shoes. The boots that she's wearing have got see-through heels. I think they're called wedges, actually. Transparent wedges. Okay, so Bianca is calling for Bayley. We're looking over at the entrance stage. So Bianca said, I want to meet you in the ring at Hell in a Cell. She's going to attack from behind. It did feel that way, the way the camera was. Bianca is looking around, though. There's no sign of Bayley. So Bianca's waiting for a response. And then can hear some laughing. And there she is on screen. When are you going to learn that the whole world does not revolve around you? Bayley said, I'm not even there. I'm here via satellite. Right. Where is she? I mean, she's definitely there. That could not look more like a set if it tried. That could not look more fake if it tried. So what we've learned about Bayley is that her walls are covered in pictures of her, and she's got an awful sofa. That's what we've learned about Bayley. Days, I had to pick up my family because the car started smoking. Just getting now. I expect to hear a response from you in about an hour. So I am just getting back an hour late. Bayley is all over the Thunderdome screens. That's the kind of thing you'd expect. That's weird, wasn't it? That's the kind of thing you expect from Bray. That's the kind of a thing you expect from, like, Lily and Alexa. Like, Bayley was cackling away, giggling away, and she was all over the Thunderdome screens. Dunno, man. A feud over a laugh. I understand that they're trying to explain it. Bianca saying that she was bullied, people calling her mannish and all that, but no one ever laughed in her face, and it was bothering her now. So I get they're trying to explain it, but it's not the strongest way to build a feud. Bayley did a bliss thing. Bayley's been taking bliss pills. Days should have pictures of himself behind him. Austin said Bayley is partnering with Bray, confirmed. Otis is attacking the Street Profits backstage. Halftime scores coming up. Going Ghost. Shout out to you. Right, halftime scores. Ding, ding, ding. Halftime scores. Going Ghost said, Days, Bayley kind of has the same setup as you. Is she in the next room over? I wish. That'd be cool. Definitely go over. Say hello. Yeah. It looked weird. They could have. Why didn't they just film it from home? If she's not going to come out tonight and she doesn't need to be there, why didn't they just film it from her house and make it look like she was actually in her house? I don't know. The fact that her walls are just covered in pictures of her, and then the fact that they did that giggling and she was on all the Thunderdome screens, it does come across as like she's lost her mind a little bit. I'm not sure that's the vibe they're trying for, though. I don't know. Interesting, I suppose. Get in your scores. So, halftime scores. Heather says 6.5. Scott says 6. Normal Guy says 6. Charles says 6. Dylan says 7. C. Rayford says 5. Lone Star Friend says 8. Zane the Goat says 6. Random Gamer says 7. High Flyer says 6. Desmond said 5. Logan says 7. Scott says 6. Hat Kid says 6.75. Austin says halftime score 6.5. Hayden says 6. LD Cool says 8. Broken Dreams says 6. Brony says 6.75. 1987 Big Fan says 5. Robin813 says 5. Brad G says 6.5. Rotem says Brayley. Corey K says 7.25. Miss Clown 1 says 5. J14 says 6. Zane the Goat says 6. Brian says 5.75. Kyle says 6.5. Stuttering Steves says 5. Herb says 7. Brony says 6.75. Austin says 6.5. Radioactive Burn says 5.5. BBB Yipsy said, I think this is cringe with Bianca. Playing the picked on victim and how much she has had to overcome. Doubt it. Not believable. She's not good on the mic. Martin says 4. Josh says 8. William says 5. Anna says 5. Scott says 6. Brony says 6.75. Bayley looks like a mom and a Karen, says Wrestling Ghost. Dom15 says 7.5. I'm loving the show. Samir says 7. Brony 6.75. I am bread says 7 because Bayley looks super thick. Wrestling Goes 10. Princess Lady 10. Other Mother 7 for the show. And minus 200 for Bayley. Thanks for the headache. BBB Yipsy says 6.25. Moro says 6.5. Butterspark 6.75389. John says 6.4. Annoying Bayley chortles out of 10. Samir says 7. Devante says 4. Rated R Wrestling says 8.24. Legendary Buchanan says 5. Not3 says 8. Jordan says 6.5. Jack says 9. Daniel says 7.75. Jensen says 5.5. Harley with a 7. Freshly Squeezed Experience 6.75. Ricky KB with a 6. Shiraz up with a 5. Lots of mixed bag of scores there. We are back to the show. And lots of 6s. I feel like the average is about a 6 for the show so far. So it seems like you guys aren't blown away with what we've got so far. So, yeah. Little bit struggling, it seems, this week's SmackDown. I think it's miles better than Raw. Miles better. So, I think this is alright, personally. I think it's alright. It's kind of, you know, what you would want to see as like an average, passable kind of a show. Like the bare minimum. I think that's kind of what we're getting here. So, it's alright. I'm not really down on it. I'm just not really blown away by it. We're just seeing the story of Nakamura and Corbin. So, we've just got that at the moment. If you are watching and you're not subscribed to the channel, we are sneaking. We're about 100 subs away from 230,000. We've been stuck on 229 for no joke. What feels like a month. So we are getting closer to 230. So if you are watching and you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe. It is very much appreciated. We're just watching this story about the crown that was stolen by Nakamura, and then Corbin got it back, and then Nakamura got it back. There's been a lot of shenanigans with this. There's been a lot of tomfoolery. We've got Corbin in the ring then. So, I'm guessing it's Corbin, Nakamura. Don't forget, we've still got Kevin Owens and Apollo. Here's Rick Boogs. Coming out in lovely red dungarees. He is such a SmackDown superstar, isn't he? He could be a Raw superstar, actually. Come on! Right, here comes Shinsuke. Rick Boogs. Harley said, Days, on Talking Smack, Bayley said the reason she laughs at her is because Bianca thinks everything she does is so big, makes her so cool, and she acts like a big deal. Harley said, William, almost every match is a rematch when you think about it. Austin said, let's go King Corbin. William said, Rick Boobs. The perfect duo. Hayden said, I love Rick screaming. Going Ghost said, my only problem with SmackDown is Pat McAfee. His voice is nails on a chalkboard. He doesn't belong on SmackDown. BBB Yipsy said, Days, you need to do a Days stream fan of the month. Fan of the month. First ever, I nominate the Days stream fan of the month to be Heather. Gotta be a gentleman. Oh, look at you, BBB Yipsy. What's going on here? Days, I know you don't do a fan of the month, but I just want to take this opportunity to say I think it should be Heather. I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out there. Just kind of, you know, if you was gonna do it, then maybe Heather would be a good choice. And you know, if Heather wants to call me up, I'm just gonna throw it out there. But you know, I can make my number available. I'm free on Thursdays, and you know, I like food and drinking and wrestling. So if you are watching, Heather, call me maybe. Is that what this is? Going Ghost. Is that what's going on? BB. I thought it was Going Ghost. Sorry. BBB Yipsy, is that what's going on? Are you trying to? Is there a lack of women over at Ypsilanti? Are you trying to attract more women to the area? What's going on? What's the truth? Come on, we can see through this. We can see there's something going on here. All of a sudden, fan of the month out of nowhere. Doesn't add up, does it? All I'm saying is it's interesting. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything. I'm not making. You know me. I'm not going to make a massive deal of these kind of things. I'll definitely let it slide. But I'm just saying it's interesting. It's interesting. Heather is married. Well, have we heard of divorces? That's all I'm saying, right? BBB Yipsy says, no call. I'm old school, so I always put the woman first. Look at him with his manners. Look, all I'm saying is that I believe that, like, men should open doors for women and, put their coats down so they can walk over puddles and whatnot. You're such a gentleman. We are definitely getting that loud and clear. I think Corbin's won this little roll-up and is trying to take the crown. Gets kicked in the head by Nakamura. The crown's back with Shinsuke. This is silly, isn't it? I have to say this is silly. This is something that belongs on Raw. Rick Boogs is cool. Shinsuke's a great wrestler. This story is Raw. Yes, Corbin, won. That's how you do it. The Usos are getting a rematch later. I Am Bread says BBB is trying to do a Bobby Lashley Lana storyline. Yeah. Does that mean that BBB is Liv Morgan? You know how, like, Lana was getting married to Bobby Lashley? And then all of a sudden Liv Morgan came down, tried to break up the wedding. I get a feeling that's exactly what we've just witnessed. So Heather is married. But here comes BB Yipsy making his way down. I wonder if he's got a suit like what Liv Morgan wore. Do you remember? She had half of it was a full suit. And the other half was like her in a bikini. In my mind, that is exactly what BBB Yipsy is wearing right now. As he types. Love it. Oh, look who's here. Look who's here. Oh, hello, Heather. Hello, how are you, mate? Heather, how you doing? Hope you are well, Heather. Old Heather, young Heather, Heather Wright. Hope you are right. All right. There's so much. I mean, there's so much that we can say. Right, we've got Kevin Owens being attacked. That's what we can say. Being attacked by Commander Aziz. Commander a sneeze, says the mother. Days, I'm not a fan of Apollo's Intercontinental run and his new gimmick. Do you think Owens should win? I'm not a fan, but I kind of think you need to tweak and change the gimmick a little bit. It needs some work still. But no, I don't think you can abandon it, because that will leave Apollo just dead in the water. Hayden says, hey, Heather, BBB Yipsy said, Days, lol at the suit. I have not had a suit in many years. Heather says, oh, good grief. We can stop nowadays. I'm married with 2 grown sons. I didn't say anything, Heather. I haven't done anything. What have I done? Heather, I haven't done anything. Just saying. That's what I mean. Just saying. Are you happily married, though, Heather? That's all I'm going to... Are you happily married? Because all I'm saying is there's, you know... Just have a little think. I hear that Ypsilanti is a lovely place. I'm not for any reason. I'm just saying that, you know... If you're not happy... Things you can do, places you can go, new people you can meet. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, think about it. All I'm saying is think about it, right? I'm not pressing you for an answer. I'm just saying, like, you know, it'd be nice to have, like, a community wedding. I think we'd all like that. You know? Be fun, wouldn't it? We could do, like, a little special wedding stream or something, so... I'm just saying that, you know, this could be something good for the community. And I think right now, with, you know, the pandemic and everything, we just need nice things to hold on to. So, you know, just think about it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to break up a marriage. Not a happy marriage, anyway. I mean, if there's, if you're not happy, it might be a good thing. All I've said is think about it. That's all I've said. We are going to move on. This is a wrestling stream, guys, not a break up a marriage and let's try and start a new marriage stream. That's Thursdays. So, we do need to focus on the remaining 38 minutes. We are at commercial break, though, in all fairness. We are at commercial break. Heather is mulling it over by the looks of things. John said, I can see Heather's husband throwing Nerf balls at you on a computer screen right now. Wow. Then I would say that he's got anger issues. That's what I would say. Daniel Bryan might add himself to this situation. Yeah, guys, we're getting breaking news. Daniel Bryan has added himself to this brand new relationship. This has now become a triple threat, if that's the right terminology. I'm not sure. Vape Ross Vape says Heather right is taken. Heather left, though, is very available. Oh, good point. Good point. BBB Yipsy, it seems that Heather might not be right for you. See what I did there? Right, we've got Apollo in the ring right now. Let's change over the thing on screen. Apollo versus... Can I just say, though, the idea of, like, a community member or a stream member of the week of the month, I'm sort of into that. I think trying to use it as a way of hitting on women like BBB Yipsy did, I can't condone that. I can't say that's acceptable. But I think, like, having a member of the... There's a little food for thought there. Community member of the week. There's something there. Right, Owens has made his way down. Obviously, we saw him being attacked just before the commercial break, so we'll see what he's got. Thomas said, this is an old, stupid show, says Days. Harley said, Kevin's selling has been great. I have got to give him credit. Cesaro, help Mysterios and Usos join Seth. Ypsilanti has become an S-hole. Has it really gone downhill? Owen's selling is really good, says Brony. The monthly thing is a good idea, says I Am Bread. Okay, people are feeling this. Right, we've got Kevin Owens down. And shoulder up. Apollo on his feet. So Owens over by the ropes, against the ropes, holding on to the ropes, kick to the midsection. Owens obviously still feeling the effects of Commander Aziz. Knee to the midsection, and Kevin Owens goes down. This is obviously ring attire that we've seen from Apollo before, but I think he normally has a bit of green in the ring attire. This is all just black and white, so slightly different ring gear here. Straight to the midsection by Apollo, chop by Kevin Owens. Owens going back to the corner. How long we got? 34 minutes. So we got this match, and of course we've still got the Mysterios and the Usos to come. Hayden said, community member of the month thing sounds interesting. What would the criteria for community member of the week be? Well, I don't know. To be honest. We're going to have to wait and see. Strike to the midsection by Apollo. Duck down. Kick to the chest. Clothesline by Kevin Owens. My favourite tag team growing up were Demolition, Heart Foundation, British Bulldogs, Road Warriors, and Legion of Doom, says Jeremy. Harley says Usos versus Mysterios versus Daniel Bryan. Back against the ropes goes Owens. Apollo charges over, goes over the top and to the outside. Austin says, community member of the week, I'm not sure about that. Okay. The green and white made sense given the whole Nigerian thing. Not a fan of this gimmick. Well, Apollo picks up Owens and slams him down. Days going to wed Alexa, Eva, or Darkheart. Days, there was never a thought of hitting on her, giving sort of photo of one of the females that I date. I like the idea, BB. Let's put it this way. I like the idea of a community member of the week. We can definitely explore that. So I can't guarantee it, and I don't know how it would work. But I'm always open to new ideas, so we can look at it. James said it's a stupid idea. It'll cause nothing but arguments. We're even arguing now over whether it's a good idea or not. So, can we not just have some fun, eh? Can we? Is it impossible for the world to just have some fun sometimes, eh? Days, do you remember the Great Balls of Fire pay-per-view when the main event was Brock versus Joe? I do. It was a good main event, actually, because people were really hoping that Joe would beat Brock. And, it wasn't often that we were seeing Joe in that kind of main event scene. So it was noteworthy, actually, considering we only got Great Balls of Fire as a pay-per-view show once. It's kind of a noteworthy one. So I like the fact that he got that opportunity, but just a shame that he couldn't get the job done. Troy says halftime scores. Arbis has a new smokehouse roast beef. Krankenstein said, I hope Otis discovers the importance of soap, water, and daily hygiene. Harley said, Days, I know I've talked about this so much, honestly, I even started, but surely AJ Triple H is happening next year. Winner gets Stephanie and Daniel Bryan. I don't know, bud. I don't know. I mean, it started because AJ said that he wanted that match with Triple H, and, I understand that there was rumours of it, and you were talking about it, absolutely. Could Triple H give AJ that match? Sure. Or is it a case that Triple H feels that he can't really give much anymore? I don't know. When we saw Triple H in the ring, Triple H did well against Batista at WrestleMania 35. Is that his last match? Is that Triple H's last match? I can't remember if he wrestled after that. I know we did get, obviously, DX and Brothers of Destruction, but that didn't go very well, did it? So, when do you think that Black was the team up with Owens is a fatal five-way against Jinder, Shield, Heart Foundation, New Day? I'm saying, well, I mean, if you was able to do that kind of a thing, I mean, it would be a great match. But you're talking about teams from quite different eras there. Febin said, do you think Cross is booked in a five-way to protect him and take the title off him to fast track him to the main roster. If they're going to do that, that would be great. If they're going to do that, that would be great. Because I think that him losing the title in that way makes sense, because it makes him, keeping him looking strong. I don't think it makes him look very clever. I said this at the time. I think as a champion, you want to prove you're the best. And, you know, just facing 4 other people in a match where you can lose the title without being submitted or pinned, I think is not great. Do you know what I mean? He didn't have to accept that match. Like, they weren't going to book that match. He requested it. So I do think that it's still, if he loses it, it still makes him look stupid in my eyes. But it is a great way of getting the title off him without him obviously actually losing it. So could they be doing it for that reason? Maybe. Honestly, I think his main roster ready. I mean, what else does he need to do? His promos are good. Scarlett's, you know, looks fine with him. She knows what she's doing. Entrance is good. Match quality's been good. I've had a lot of praise for his promos. So I really don't know how if he needs to stay in NXT for much longer. You don't have to be in NXT for all that long. Look at people like Jackson Riker. I think he made a few appearances in NXT, but not really much more than that. And he was on the main roster. Braun skipped NXT. Just did a few house shows. He wasn't on NXT. So there's different ways of getting to the main roster. You don't have to hold the NXT championship for a year or so. So, yeah, maybe. And what with potentially some spaces on the roster, main roster, they might look to bring him up. Apollo puts Kevin Owens over in the corner. Should Shirai come up and form a team with Asuka? Could be cool, couldn't it? Could be down for that. I like Io. I think she's a decent wrestler. I don't know if Vince is going to see much in her, because she's quite small. Doesn't speak English, and traditionally those things have held people back. But maybe putting her in a team with Asuka would be a decent way forward. Apollo's down. Owens comes crashing down onto Apollo. Apollo gets his knees up. Would you like to see Hasbulla in WWE? Oh, look at that. Look at that, German. Hang on. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Kevin Owens. Looks like we're getting to quite a big moment in this match, where we're getting some high action, big spots. I think it's because we're getting towards the end of the match. Obviously, we've got the Usos match coming up. Big frog splash by Apollo. Kevin moves out the way. Super kick by Kevin. Into the ring post goes Apollo. Kick by Owens. This has picked up pace. Looking for the pop-up powerbomb. There it is. Owens goes for the pin. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Apollo. Shoulder up by Apollo. There's no Commander Aziz around, so there's no way of anyone making a save. And, yeah, we are kind of in the thick of it at the moment. I don't expect the title to change hands. I think that it's going to be a case that Apollo's going to retain here. I will come back to your point, Wrestle with Andy. I haven't forgotten. Big strike by Owens. And again. How long we got? We've got 24 minutes. Days, how ironic. It's Riker that screwed up his innocent teammate's push. Apollo wins. So Apollo manages to slam Owens on the edge of the ring, and Apollo wins. Right, would I like to see Hasbulla in WWE? I think it could be fun. I think it could be interesting. I think Vince would love it, but it could be fun and interesting, couldn't it? So I don't know how you would do it. I don't know who you would book him to go up against, but he is kind of the talk of the town at the moment. Sami Zayn from behind is coming running down to the ring, dives into the ring. Kevin Owens is over in the corner. Sami with a haluva. Oh, yes. Haluva to Kevin. I'm so up for these two continuing their feud. These two are gold. I don't care that we've seen it a million times before. He goes over and he stomps away on Owens and walks off. So Apollo has retained. Sami came running down. And yeah, it was good. Sami says, I can do anything. Karma did it. Good. Days, no. Triple H had a month or so. Had a match a month after against Orton at Super Showdown. That was his final one. Do you know, I can't remember that. Seriously, can't remember him and Orton. Sami versus Kevin Owens can fight forever. Days out of 10, what would you rate Bianca and Rhea's title reigns? Not great. I don't think either have had great opponents so far. I mean, Bianca's gone straight into this feud with Bayley, which hasn't really done it for me. And yeah, I don't feel that she's really kicked on. I mean, she's just got someone laughing at her. That's her biggest problem right now. She's a champion. She's got a belt, and she's just got someone laughing at her. In regards to Rhea, I don't know. I just kind of feel that, like, Rhea looks the part, but wasn't built up very well. I mean, she literally came to the main roster and won. So, if you don't watch NXT, you won't know much about her. And that's all right, you know. You're finding out about her while she's being champion. But this whole stuff with Nikki Cross and not being able to beat her in 2 minutes and all that kind of stuff, I don't know. I think both of the reigns have been a bit underwhelming so far. But there's no denying that both are great talents. There's no denying that, and we'll see, you know, what they can go on to achieve. Febin said, Days, if WWE is sold, then does that mean Triple H will never creatively take over Raw and SmackDown? That's not, I don't know, dude. I mean, if Disney buy it, we were talking about this the other day, Disney are very, very good at putting the right people in the right places. So, yeah, I think that it's a good chance that they will put Triple H in a position of power if he wants to stay, and it goes to someone like Disney. If it goes to someone that, you know, doesn't really care about wrestling and is just buying it because they just want the content, they might end up putting their own people in charge, and it could be a disaster. So, or it could still be even better, who knows? So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, to be honest, I don't think it's going to get sold anytime soon, so I don't think that's anything to worry about. But even if it gets sold, if Triple H wants to stick around, there's a good chance that he'll still get a good position. Heather says, I hope Shayna squashes Lily into the dust. I'm right there with you. Harley said, Days, I'm not kidding. Kevin and Sami can have another 6 matches. I still want them to face each other at SummerSlam. YT, your trash says, WWE never continue with Evolution. There were rumours they would continue, but it never happened. Yes. Usos have got another chance at the tag titles. That's true. They do. And it's coming up next. It's going to be our main event. We've got 19 minutes to go. 19 minutes to go. I kind of think this show has definitely had some moments. Again, I kind of just, speaking out loud, I feel that it's still a fairly solid but unspectacular show. I kind of thought that last match was all right. And I kind of felt that Apollo was going to retain, but had some nice moments towards the end. I was definitely, there watching it. It wasn't just a match that, passed me by. Sometimes matches just don't grab you. But, towards the end of that, I was getting into it. So, it's been okay. I think, wasn't it last week that it was just a bit, really underwhelming? I don't know if this week's been as bad as last week. I think this week's been okay. Let's see how it ends, shall we? Let's see how it ends. Mysterios and Usos. Andrus says, hear me out. Kevin Owens versus Sami Zayn, Hell in a Cell. Hey, don't forget, straight after this, we've got AEW as well. So we're going straight from this show into another show. Second week in a row, we've got AEW following SmackDown. Let's go Usos, says Michael. Good job, William. Mysterios need to win the titles more. Lone Star Friend says, let's go Usos. Kai Rao says, I think they might make the Usos win because it's a rematch. It's a good point. It's a good point. I mean, I think what's great is they could still go either way. They could do the Usos winning because it's the rematch and they've got to get the job done and there won't be another screwy finish. Or at least you would think there wouldn't be another screwy finish. Or they could have the Mysterios win clean this time and that then gives the Usos no excuse. So, for the second time tonight, talk about rematches. How about a rematch from a match that happened on the same show? This is like a whole new level of WWE rematch. So we've got Ray and Dominic defending those tag titles once again. Making their way down to the ring. Usos teaming up against Roman, says Cerebral Assassin. Philip says, I can't get into a match that we've already seen earlier tonight. Well, the only saving grace for this is going to be that it's going to be short because we're a few minutes away from going to a commercial break. And once we come back, there'll be, 10 minutes or so? So this match won't go longer than 10 minutes. You'd imagine there'll be a little bit of drama or something at the end. So the match itself is probably going to be about 8 minutes long. You're not going to have too much to, too much time here. Cerebral Assassin, shout out to you, buddy. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone joining us this evening. It's nice to see so many people around for SmackDown. It's just, to be honest, it's nice to see so many people around for wrestling. Wrestling's taken a real knock this year, and these past few weeks in particular, WWE has taken a real battering, largely by their own making. And obviously, the releases of superstars and the negative press that's come with that. It's just nice to see people still tuning in for SmackDown. Days, who would be better on Raw or SmackDown? Kyle O'Reilly, Bobby Fish, or Roderick Strong? My first reaction is that Kyle O'Reilly would be good on Raw with his cool Kyle character. It's a bit sports entertainment. He can go in the ring as well, but that doesn't really matter so much. I don't think that Roderick Strong has got really much of a character. So, sports entertainment-wise, I struggle to see him working on the main roster as well. And obviously, Bobby Fish just come back from injury, so he's not really had a chance to establish himself with anything. So, yeah, I would have to go with Kyle O'Reilly, mainly because of the cool Kyle character. I think the others as a group, as Undisputed Era would have worked, but as solo stars, I struggle to see them on Raw. SmackDown as well, to be honest, because even SmackDown has got a bit a bit of sports entertainment about it. If you're just really good in the ring, like Bobby Fish or Roderick Strong, you're still going to struggle on SmackDown. Look at Chad Gable. Amazing in the ring, brilliant wrestler, but just doesn't get much time to show what he can do. It's more about character on Raw and SmackDown. Thailand said, who do you think is going to win? I'm probably leaning towards the Usos. Just because it's a rematch and, I could see them maybe getting the belts. But it could be the Mysterios. I do like the match for the fact that it's hard to call. It could go either way. It really, really could. I mean, honestly, the Mysterios could win. And then, we could see Jay turn on Jimmy tonight. Absolutely, we could see that. We could be moments away from a frustrated Jay turning on Jimmy Uso. Or we could get brand new tag team champs. And they could tease that split a little bit longer. Difficult. Let me know in the chat which way you think this is going to go. Do you think it'll be the Usos or do you think it'll be the Mysterios? Let me know in the chat. Which way do you think this is going to go? Usos or Mysterios? Because I am torn on it. I can't quite get a read. Days, do you think if Roman turned heel earlier in his career, we would still have this Roman? Well, I wish he had turned earlier in his career, to be honest, but hey-ho, I'm just glad we got it now. Austin thinks Mysterios. Febin says, what extent do you think Braun can shake the ratings if he goes to AEW? I think he'll make a decent pop the first week, and depending on how he's used and the story he's in and the way they use him, it depends on how much after that. But he would definitely move ratings week 1. But if they're going to bring him in like Kip Sabian's best man, then he'll very quickly lose his appeal. If they're going to bring him in as a monster that wrecks the place, and you've got like Cody and there's a lot of concern backstage, and it's like, they make out like they haven't signed him and he's there to just wreck AEW. They could make out that, well, it's hard to make out that he's been sent by WWE when he's so publicly been released. But there's definitely stories that they can do that would keep the appeal going. So week 1, I think, would be a big appeal. And then really depends how they book him after that. Usos, says Benoit family. Mysterios, says Dylan. Mysterios says C. Rayford. Mysterios says Austin. Terrence says Usos. Anna says Usos. John says Mysterios. McLean says Mysterios. It's quite split here. I would say we've got a lot for the Mysterios. We've got quite a few for the Usos as well. Laurie, shout out to you. When did Roman turn face? Was it 2014 or 15? I think it's 14. Shield were faces in 14 because they took on Evolution, didn't they? And then it was Seth that turned on Ambrose and Roman, and so it was Seth that turned heel, but that kept Roman a face, and Roman wasn't a heel after that point. So Roman was a face for 6 years. Right, final part of this show. Let's see how it plays out. We got 9 minutes left, and then, of course, we will be going over to AEW. Duck underneath by Rey Mysterio. Kicks coming in. Against the ropes goes Mysterio, and lovely springboard onto Jimmy Uso. Knee to the face. Against the ropes goes Jimmy. Back elbow by Jimmy. Dynamite after Full Gear 2019. Wardlow debuted. After Rev 2020. Jake the Snake debuted. Dynamite after Double or Nothing 2020. FTR. Dynamite after All Out Miro. Possibility that something happens tonight. Against the ropes goes Rey. Splash by Rey to Jimmy on the outside. It's a good point, that, Daniel. It would be a better story if the Usos win, says William. 6 years, that is a long face run, says Intello Power. Jay goes into the ring post. 7 minutes to go. Jimmy is in the ring. Rey Mysterio climbing up. So Rey up top looking for head scissors, and he gets it. Looking for the 619 against the ropes. Hits the 619. So Rey Mysterio with a 619 tags in Dominic. Dominic climbing up. Oh, Roman with a Superman punch. Roman with a Superman punch to Dominic. Just knocked him back to kindergarten. Spear to Rey. So, yeah, this match didn't go long. Ended earlier than I was thinking. I wasn't expecting Roman, to be honest. So, Roman grabbing Rey. Roman and Rey could be good. So, Roman on the outside, going after Dominic. Grabs Dominic. Hurls him into the ring steps. Roman grabs Rey and hurls Rey into the barricade. Throws Dominic into the barricade. Should have known there'd be interference, says William. Called it. I thought it was obvious this would happen, says Philip. Roman has got the ring steps. At the moment, he's going after Dominic and Rey. I don't quite get why he's doing this, to be honest. I mean, the Usos have now been DQ'd, of course. That was good. That camera angle was much better. The way, because we just saw Roman hurl the ring steps into Rey's head. You didn't see the impact. You just heard the thud and you saw Rey go down. But it's every chance that Rey just hit it with his hands. But you didn't see it. The camera was really good on that. You just heard the thud and you saw Rey go down. That was better. That was a better way. That was a better way of shooting that. Big strike by Roman. Into the ring goes Dominic. Usos should have destroyed Mysterio's, says Lone Star Friend. The head of the table sent Dominic back to the high chair. Well, the Usos that are over in the corner, I mean, they didn't lose this match. Well, they have now, but they hadn't. It's not as if they lost it and then Roman appeared. So, I mean, the Usos were in a title match and Roman has now come and just disrupted it. Dominic's being guillotined here by Roman. That's a tight squeeze. It's good selling by Dominic. Jimmy says that's enough. Jay obviously not stopping Roman. Jimmy wants Roman to let go of Dominic. Jimmy wants to leave. Jimmy says not like this. Jimmy is calling for Jay. So Jimmy is not impressed with what is seen from Roman. Jay is heading over to Jimmy. Roman goes to cut him off. Roman's looking very upset with Jay. Jay's got his head down. Jay's having to choose what to do here. Roman's upset that there's definite dissension. He drags Dominic into the middle of the ring, throws in some forearm strikes. Ray has been chucked to the outside. Roman is absolutely battering Dominic. Love to see it. Boom, plants him. Roman screams as the screen fades to black. And Roman just absolutely losing his mind. What a beatdown. Good beatdown. Love the story. Love the fact that Jimmy is quite clear where he stands. It looks like Jay is struggling to know what the right way forward is. Some really interesting stuff there. I don't quite understand why Roman interrupted the match, to be honest. I think it's because he wants to be the main event star and he doesn't really want anyone else having that spotlight. He said earlier that he allowed the Usos this opportunity, and I think it got to the point where he wanted to get back in there and get the spotlight back. So it's all right. Maybe not. I'm not sure I would have booked it that way personally, but not down on it. It's all right. But very interesting story being told at the moment. What is Jay gonna do? That's the question. What is Jay gonna do? Right, I'm trying to find AEW. It starts in 50 seconds. And we're going to need to change over the stream graphics and get everything ready for AEW. No rest for the wicked. Let's jump over to the chat. The chat firing in their scores. Keep putting in your scores whilst I'm changing over the graphics. I'll just see what people are saying. There's 6.5, 10, 7, 5.5. Anna said it's a good ending. It's a nice cliffhanger. Great story development. 6.5 from Austin. Scott says 6.5. 4 says Butterspark. It was Drizzle. 7 says Dylan. 7 says Sunny. 8 says Lone Star Friend. No, quite a mixture of scores here. A few 6s, but a few scores that are higher. Harley said I'm going to go to bed after the scores. 7 says Brad. 7 says 20 Twan. Okay, so AEW about to start. Keep putting your score in so that people can see them on screen. I can certainly see there's a fair few 8s that are coming through. My feeling on it is that it was all right. Fairly solid show. I wasn't really down on it, but I didn't really fall in love with it either. So as a result of that, my score for SmackDown is probably going to end at about a 7. Maybe a 6.75 to a 7. But might be leaning 7. I'm around that ballpark. 6.75-ish. I can see that, like, Harley with a 7. I always like to be just below Harley. J14 with 6.5. Big Boy Dally with a 7. Bonkers with a 5. Thomas with a 7.5. Where's Austin? What's Austin said? Me and Austin are normally on the same... Normally on the same wavelength. Austin, where are you? What did you say? Pac and Penta are coming out now, yeah. 2 parts of Death Triangle. Jeremy says 7.5. 8 from Ricky KV. Jordan with a 7. Those Kids Act Dumb says the AEW show looks fun. Austin said 6.5. Well, there we go. I'll go 6.75 then. I was torn between 6.75 or 7. I said probably 6.75 more. Austin had 6.5. There we go. Done. Done and done. Who will Roman face at Hell in a Cell? Hard to say, isn't it? I was kind of hoping we would get that answer tonight, but unfortunately not. So, yeah, none the wiser. Few options, though. Could be Uso versus Uso. Could be Roman versus Jimmy. I don't quite know what we've got here. So, is it Young Bucks? There's a lot of people coming out. I'm guessing this is Young Bucks versus Pac and Penta. Let's turn that TV off. We don't need BT anymore. Let's get the sound for AEW. So, we're at Daly's place for AEW. If you are just joining us, SmackDown, I'm going to give a 6.75. I thought it was pretty solid. I think we gave our thoughts all throughout the show. We're focused now on AEW coming off a very successful Double or Nothing. We got Young Bucks against Pac and Penta. And, hello, what's going on here? There's some brawling. Nakazawa gets attacked. Nakazawa is attacked and the railings are all fallen down. Against the ropes goes Pac and Penta. There was no one in that front row. Dark Gaming says AEW sucks. Anna, good night. Alright, boom. So, SmackDown is done for this week, but I'm quite happy to talk about what anyone wants to talk about. Jason said, if Aleister Black goes to AEW, do you think Don Callis could become the father? I don't think they would continue that storyline, bud. I think they would want to do something different with Aleister. Roman versus Ray and Dominic at Hell in a Cell, says But Spark. That's interesting. I didn't really consider the fact that they could include them in this feud. Days, I lied. I gave it a 6.75. I thought you might have, to be honest. I had a sneaky suspicion that you might have. Harley said you always like to be lower than me, but what happens if, out of the ordinary, I rate as a show a 0? Who knows, bud? Who knows? We'll have to wait for that day to see what happens. Days, you should bring out the brawl meter. I should bring out the brawl meter. You're absolutely right. Have we already had a brawl technically there? Have we had a brawl? And you know what? It won't even take any time to set this up. Boom. There we go. It's already there from last week. So we have already had a little brawl with Nakazawa outside the ring. So we can click this to 1 already. Boom. There we go. 6 minutes into the show. And we've had our first brawl. Harley said, yep, it was a brawl. Brawl meter is here. 1 brawl already. I think they would say Tommy End is all elite. Yes, they would go with that. You are right. Will you stream the opening match of the Euros? No. I think Dave in real life is doing it. I was talking to Dave about this because Dave was doing some of the Euros. And I said to Dave, I'm sure he won't mind me saying, I was like, bud, do it. If you're going to stream the Euros, do it. I'll quite happily, tell people you're streaming as well. And, if our little community wants to bounce between the two, then so be it. So he was like debating what he wanted to do and what he wanted to stream. So I think he sent me a message saying that he was going to do that first match. So I would urge that people go to Dave in real life's channel. He's going to do the opening match, and if he ends up doing like all the England games and everything, as I said, bounce between us, because I think there'll be, if he does, there'll be people over there, there'll be people over here, and it's just going to be a celebration, man, a celebration of football coming this summer. Really looking forward to it. So. I will watch that first game, but honestly, I might be over on his stream doing it. In regards to the England games, we're definitely going to cover those. So we're going to do the England games. We've obviously got England-Romania this Sunday, the final friendly, and then we will do the England games. Whoever is in the semi-finals will do those, and whoever is in the final, we will do that as well. Harley said, days at SummerSlam, the reports are saying it's going to be Alexa and Lily versus Eva Marie and Tamina. Is that a dream match of yours? I have not seen those reports. And if I had, I would just choose to not believe them. Clothesline by Pac turns Matt Jackson inside out. Nick Jackson launches over to Ray. Nice standing moonsault, comes crashing down onto Ray. What if Strowman wants to join Jericho's Rock and Roll Rager? They will need a bigger boat. Rotem said, I support England. Good. Everyone should. Even if you're a Scotland fan and they're in the tournament, you should still support England. Lister Jericho said, I'm going to support all the teams that go against England. No, you've got that wrong. You've got that the wrong way round. Nice kick by Matt Jackson. I know we've changed all these graphics and everything, but I'm not going to bother changing the title and all of that. AEW a little bit funny anyway when it comes to that stuff, so it's probably better we just keep it SmackDown. Penta is dressed as the Joker. We've seen him wear this before. I can't remember if it was Double or Nothing or if it was a few weeks back. But it might have been last week or something. We have seen him wear this. It's good. It's good attire. And sure that Jazz wears will make a figure of him in this attire. Nice sling blades. Double knees. Penta in control. Always posing though, isn't he? Always posing. He's a really good wrestler, but he spends so long posing that he gets caught. Backstabber by Penta to Nick Jackson. Jawbreaker. Is Scotland in the Euros? They are, yeah, they're in England's group. Patrick said, with the way that WWE is heading right now, I would be surprised if Vince sold to AEW. He won't do that. Of all the people that are going to buy WWE, I just don't see the Khans doing that. Could the Khans afford it? Maybe. But I don't see it. That would be an admission of defeat in a way. People would banter Vince and the McMahons that they sold to AEW. So he's too proud to sell to another wrestling company, because that would be like selling out. There's no way. There's just no way. He loves money, but I seriously think he would even accept less money than sell to another wrestling company. I think he'd rather sell to, like, Disney, Paramount, one of those. Big boot by Matt Jackson. Nick Jackson springboard, but double super kick by Pac and Penta. Come on, Young Bucks, says Hayden. Days, after tonight, is AEW going back to Wednesdays, or is it on next Friday? I don't know, but to be honest, I don't know how long it's stuck on Wednesdays for. Fridays for. I know that it's got a Saturday coming up. That was mentioned earlier. So it will go to a Saturday. So it could be that the disruption's going to continue for a little while longer. Or it could be that it goes back to Wednesdays for a few weeks again. Destroyer by Matt Jackson against the ropes. Over the top. Pac pulling that top rope down. Going Ghost said the sneakers that the Young Bucks are wearing are Travis Scott Jordan 1s. They sell for $3,500. Well, I don't think they're struggling for money. Austin said, I'm still surprised that AEW last week was a 2-hour show. They had 6 brawls. Double or Nothing was a 4-hour show, and they only had 2 brawls. Harley asks, who is winning the league? I'll answer it. Not United. Who's winning the next Champions League? I'll answer it. Not United. Who's winning the next FA Cup? Not United. I see a theme there, Harley. I'm quite excited about United's transfers this summer. Big reports that were on the verge of signing Jadon Sancho for 80-odd million. And apparently that could happen before the Euros start. So that deal would have to get done within the next 7 days. That'd be a big signing for us. And hopefully would then mean we can concentrate on other signings. If we get one done quite quick, I'd be quite hopeful that we could then get some others done. Because we need a fair few this summer. So we'll see. We'll see how the summer goes. Package pile driver and Pac off the top. And was going to get a 3, but Matt Jackson makes the save. James Chadwick said Man City will not win anything next season. Austin says, you don't think Serena Deeb is on tonight, right? Is she? I hope she is. 1, 2, 3. So Nick Jackson rolls up Pac. There was some outside interference, of course, and so the Young Bucks are victorious. The Fiend attacks Roman. Is that difficult, Vince? Asks AR. He hit the Black Arrow, says Heather. Anthony said several WWE women's deals are coming up in the next couple of weeks. It's interesting. Heather says the Bucks suck. Here's Eddie Kingston. Eddie Kingston's come running down. Chases the Bucks out of the ring. Kingston, Lone Star friend. Yeah, Kingston racing down to the ring. So we've got the Bucks on the outside. Kingston, no Moxley, just Kingston in the ring. I do like this new layout of Daly's place. I do think it is an improvement. They just don't need a massive stage. Like, not a stage as big as the one they've been using. Friday Night Dynamite. Last week there was 500,000 people that tuned in. So, be interesting to see if the ratings improve. We've got Inner Circle Celebration. We got Christian Cage and Jungle Boy against Private Party. We got Britt Baker with a championship celebration. We've also got Nick Comoroto against Dustin Rhodes in that bull rope match. Red Velvet against the Bunny. We're going to hear from Miro. We're going to hear next from Mark Henry. We're going to hear from Mark Henry next. Cody Rhodes and Lee Johnson taking on QT Marshall and Anthony Ogogo. Apparently that's next as well. We can't have everything next. What is next? We're either going to hear from Mark Henry or we're going to have this tag match. Unless we're going to hear from Mark Henry whilst the tag match is happening. Maybe they're just going to run every segment at the same time. Right, first commercial break. Already 17 minutes into this show. Already 17 minutes in. It's been alright. Looks like a good lineup though. Anthony said, Meltzer says AEW is off Wednesdays till mid-July. Oh, I did not know this. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I'll have to start looking and seeing what matches are on for the Euros on a Wednesday. Because we might end up doing some extra football streams for the summer. Into Power said, only 500,000 people. What happened when it was 11 million? Well, things have drastically declined. Days, what are WWE doing with Roderick Strong? No word or rumours. I mean, there's been no news that he's been released. And I don't know if he's still showing. I don't know what they've done. I don't know if they've moved him to the alumni section or whatever. But yeah, there's no word on it. The fact it was done on screen makes me think that he's just going away for a little while and he's going to come back. So yeah, I kind of think he's still around. They announced that they'd released Jessamine Duke. There's been no announcement about Roderick Strong or Marina Shafir. So we'll have to wait and see. Unless anyone's heard anything. I seriously haven't heard anything. Austin said, are you going to be streaming every soccer game from now on? What's happening with that? Are you going to do that next year too? Well, I mean, next year is the World Cup, so yes. We're definitely covering the World Cup. The World Cup's the biggest tournament in the world. So we'll definitely cover the World Cup. Euros, I said we'll do all the England games. We'll do all the England games. We'll do the semi-finals and the final. If there is any spare time to have a look at some of the other matches, some fantastic players on display. I mean, I'd love to watch Portugal because they've got Bruno Fernandes, who's amazing. Obviously, Cristiano Ronaldo, who even non-football fans will have heard of. And France are the current world champions. So, you kind of want to. They've got a brilliant striker called Mbappe, who's always worth watching. They've got great players all over the pitch, actually. So, yeah, I'd be interested in watching a France game. I'd be interested in watching Portugal. It's always worth watching Germany because they're always, there or thereabouts. France. Who else have we got? Netherlands are a good team. I don't know, man. There's some big teams. Some great players on display. So if it's a Wednesday and we haven't got AEW stream and there's a great match on, it sort of makes sense, really. Right. Here we go. We've got Tony Schiavone. Introduce him. The world's strongest man. Mark Henry getting his intro. So Mark Henry's walked out onto the entrance stage. He's got his salmon coloured t-shirt on. Reminds me of his salmon suit from one of his most famous moments in WWE when he had that fake retirement. Big smile on his face. Everyone knows how much I love this business. I'm here to fix. Mark Henry said he's here to fix AEW, but in truth it's not broken. He's here to turn the screws. Is Mark Henry going to get back in the ring? People cheer that. People are interested in that. Mark Henry says, I'm not going to say yes right now, but I do have a lot left in the tank. Oh my God, Vicky Guerrero's come out. Excuse me! Excuse me! Vape Ross Vape, Zicky Dice is in the audience with the wrestlers. It's interesting. Vicky telling Tony to get out the ring. Someone in the front row is wearing a John Cena shirt. I've only just noticed that. What's going on? She's having a go at the crowd. She's here to introduce... do we know this person? Andrade. Andrade's here. Andrade walks out. Very cool. Did wonder if he was going to be at Double or Nothing. I mean, I can't say that. I mean, it is a surprise. It is definitely a surprise. There was no rumors that he was going to be there. He looks amazing. Look at the suit. Look at the swagger. We know that he's facing Kenny, though. So I sort of expected at some point to see him, but nice moment. So Andrade arrives. Andrade said he's going to be the new face of All Elite Wrestling. He looks amazing. He's cutting a promo. Suck it, WWE, says Heather. Dude is dressed like money. Austin says, not a huge moment. People are going to be... It'll be trending. It'll be all over social media. It'll be something that people are talking about. I think that this was something I expected to happen at some point. He is facing Kenny. We've seen... I mean, there's no reason why he can't go to AEW. He's not under contract with anyone in particular. So it's one of those that you kind of expect at some point. I think it's cool, though. It's a nice moment. I mean, and everyone's going to be talking about it. Andrade on Dynamite. The question is, how long is he around for? He said he wants to be the face of All Elite. So does that mean that he is signed permanently? We'll need to get a bit of... because that could be the bigger news. If Andrade has signed a permanent deal with them and he's going to be around on a regular basis, that's the bigger news. I wouldn't have debuted him that way, though. I wouldn't have debuted him that way because I think they sort of botched it a little, to be perfectly truthful. Because you get excited, we're going to hear from Mark Henry. So Mark Henry comes out. We hear from Mark Henry. And then Vicky Guerrero comes out. I don't know that Vicky Guerrero is the right person to introduce this big surprise. I kind of feel like could have done it a different way that would have had a bit more of an impact. Like, could you imagine if he just came out the crowd or something like that? I mean, I like him walking out in the suit and looking like $1 million, so maybe having him introduced isn't the worst idea. I just don't know if that was the right segment to do it in and that was the right person to do it. Because she's just annoying, isn't she? Excuse me! I don't know, I feel like you'd want to make it a bigger deal rather than just send Vicky Guerrero out there, so... Let's see what people are saying. Let's see what people are saying. This must be disheartening to AEW stars that have spilled blood, sweat and tears to be pushed aside and mocked as being linked to WCW. Andrade has signed a multi-year deal. I think that's the bigger news. Rather than Andrade being there, the fact he's staying there is the bigger news. Because as I keep saying, I did expect him. I'm sure you did as well. Did expect to see him at some point. Because of his match with Omega mainly, but the fact that he's signed a deal that's going to keep him there, the fact that Andrade is officially now all elite, interesting. Maybe Vicky is going to be in his corner for all of his matches. God help us all, says John. Has Jungle Boy been on yet? Not yet. He's going to be in a tag match tonight with Christian Cage. AEW always introduce a new wrestler during another new wrestler's first speech, says Esteban. Stuttering Steves says, I would have been more surprised if Zelina Vega had come out and interrupted. That would have been it. You're absolutely right. That would have been it. Imagine if she'd have come out and the crowd lose their mind, because then you start to wonder, is he here? Is he here? And then she could be like, ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, oh, he's here. Yeah, that would have been it. That would have been a much better way to have done it. That would have been cool. Talking of cool, here's someone that isn't. It's Cody Rhodes. I really like Cody, but I've got to say that feud with Anthony Ogogo probably has hurt more than helped. Maybe not to the hardcore AEW fans, but all I see online are people criticising Cody. He's definitely getting more criticism online than I've seen before. Andrade should align himself with Death Triangle. Charlotte should go to AEW. She would be so much better over there than WWE, says Gossip Goons. I think Vicky is there with Andrade for a kind of Eddie Guerrero gimmick, says Chev. That's interesting. Esteban says, didn't Vega just sign with WWE? I don't think that was confirmed. There was definite rumours that they were looking at it, but I didn't see it confirmed that she did sign. J Brock said, Cody could do with some time off TV. I find myself rooting against him, and you never want that for a babyface. I agree. I really like Cody. He has always been one of my favourites. When there's been a lot of madness and silliness and stuff in the early days of AEW, I always felt that Cody came out and delivered a great promo, delivered a great match. You could always rely on a Cody segment. Just right now, it just doesn't feel quite right. So I do agree. Right, we've got a Go-Go making his way down to the ring. A Go-Go and QT Marshall. So Go-Go and QT Marshall, I would imagine they will give a Go-Go and Marshall the win here. What did I say with my message earlier days about people debuting after pay-per-views? You were bang on, bud. You called it. You called it. Big Boy Dally said there's a tornado warning in my area. I'm sorry to hear that, bud. Stay safe. Harley said, first of all, I thought Zelina would have been a bigger surprise. Second, AEW is WWE 2.0. How many guys do they have now? Third, I want to say I love the football streams. I think they're great. I really appreciate that, Harley. I really appreciate that, because those football streams are obviously very new, very different for us to do, and maybe don't fit with a wrestling channel. But it is something that I'm very excited about, and going to be watching anyway. And yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, we was talking about this in regards to the superstars being released. So I wonder if they are dripping. I wonder if part of these releases being staggered is because of AEW. It's just a theory, right? I'm not saying this is the case. But if you think if they had released everyone at the same time, then AEW would look at 20 wrestlers, yeah? And they'd go, right, we can't have all 20. So let's go for that person, that person, that person. And that's it. They cherry pick the ones they want, and that's it. But when you release them every, month or so, all of a sudden now AEW are picking up people as they're becoming free. So now they're looking at, Rusev when he became available. Do we want Rusev? That's a great signing. We should go for Rusev. We might not get an opportunity like this again. Let's go for Rusev. So they bring Rusev in, give him a decent contract. They get Rusev. All of a sudden, then Christian Cage is available. Should we go for a legend like Christian Cage? Let's go for Christian Cage. And then they bring Christian Cage in. Then all of a sudden, someone else becomes available. Like Andrade. Oh my God, Andrade's available. Should we go for Andrade? And then they bring in Andrade. All of a sudden now, Braun, Aleister Black, now they're available. Do we go for these? What do we do? Because they're being thrown out every once in a while, AEW are having to decide, will these people move the dial? Should we go for these? Have we got the budget for this? And I don't know, you'd look at someone say, without being disrespectful, someone like Shawn Spears. Would they really take Shawn Spears now? Now that they know and they can see all the talent that's available, would Shawn Spears make it into AEW? Not sure. And I think there's a few you could say that about. So rather than just releasing everyone at the same time and AEW cherry picking, just kind of throwing people out every month or whatever. And I do wonder if that's making it harder for AEW. Because they're just taking people and taking people and taking people. And you'd have to think they're getting bloated and bloated and bloated. And, they've got people under contracts. I mean, you can't just get rid of Shawn Spears. And, I don't want anyone to lose their jobs. I'm just using Shawn Spears as an example. Maybe I shouldn't do that, but I'm just saying, would they take him if he was in WWE and he got released along with Aleister Black? Would they pick him up? So I do wonder about things along those lines. Why didn't they release these people at the same time as the others? Because this is a problem that WCW had. WCW became bloated. They became bloated. They had, think about the NWO and all the people that were in the NWO. They were picking up loads of WWE stars. That's where these WCW comparisons come from. Joaquin Uribe said, do you see something in Anthony Ogogo? I did. Well, definitely. He's a boxer and he's got striking. He knows how to strike. He's been training in wrestling as well, so he is bringing other facets in. But I'm a big fan of people that have got training in some kind of combat. So be that boxing, be that kickboxing, be that judo, be that jiu-jitsu, be that mixed martial arts, karate, whatever it might be. If you've got some kind of experience of some kind of combat training, I don't care what it is, taekwondo, I don't care. There are skills that you can bring into a wrestling ring. Yes, you're going to need to do a lot of work. And someone like, a boxer is going to need to do a lot of work to improve their wrestling skill. But with Anthony Ogogo, that is the story, isn't it? He's a boxer. He doesn't need to be doing mat-based moves. He can add them as he carries on his journey. But for right now, the story for Anthony Ogogo should be that he's not a great wrestler, but he's an incredible striker that can knock you out with one punch. I always think about video games, and I think like every character on a video game, like whenever you chose someone from Street Fighter or you chose someone from Mortal Kombat, they've all got strengths, they've all got weaknesses. There's ways you can win that are unique to your character, but there's ways you can lose as well. Like maybe your stamina's not as good. Maybe you can be easily knocked out. Maybe you don't have much power. Maybe, a million different things. You're not very agile. So I like it when they've got all these different people that have got different strengths, different weaknesses. And I think Anthony Ogogo is a very interesting one because he's got an incredible strength in his striking. His striking is probably the best on the roster. No one can strike like Anthony Ogogo can. But his weakness is, if you get him down to the mat, he's going to be lost. He hasn't got any wrestling knowledge, or at least his character shouldn't have any wrestling knowledge. So, do I think there's a place for him on the roster? Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think the way they presented him as an Olympian and a big deal made him feel like huge, made him feel like $1 million. So, like the weigh-ins and everything, I wasn't really down on all of that. Disaster kick by Cody on Anthony Ogogo, who was just standing on the outside. So Cody with the power slam. Cody cleaning house at the moment, and Cody's fired up, and there's people on their feet applaud him. So yeah, I like Anthony Ogogo. I think there's definitely a spot for him. That might get a bit stale eventually, so he is going to have to change and evolve, but he's got time on his side. They can definitely get a good couple of years out of his current character. You just got to make it so his strikes put people away. His striking should be game over. The end game. Do you know what I mean? If he hits you, you go down. Ideally, I would have loved to have seen him beat Cody. I'd love to have seen him beat Cody with a knockout punch. Vape Ross Vape said, I heard back from Zicky. He is there, says Vape Ross Vape. YT, you're trash, says Days. Do you think Liv Morgan was underrated in NXT? I like Liv Morgan. I like the 201 style. I don't think she was underrated because I don't think she could really wrestle very well. I think that she would agree with that as well, that she was learning. She might even agree that she was called up a bit too soon. She didn't really have many feuds, any feuds. She wasn't on takeovers. You don't have to be, but I think you need to be of a level better than where she was. Her matches were always very simple. She's always worked hard, but her matches were quite simple, and she had a few moves, but that was sort of it. Like, she can do a couple of things. And that's sort of it. You see them in each of her matches, and you don't really get much else. They never really gave her much opportunity, in all fairness. So this isn't a knock of Liv, but it just always felt like she got called up too soon. And she was obviously in Riot Squad. That protected her. It meant that she wasn't in the ring all that much, but it meant that when she did get in there, she could get experience. She definitely improved on the main roster. And she deserves to be on the main roster now. You could go back to her older gimmick. You could go back to that 201 style gimmick where she is from. I can't remember what place she claimed. Was it Long Island or something? I don't know what the 201 actually stands for. But Yeah, she was it Brooklyn? Long Island? Something like that. You could go back to that character if you wanted. But her actual in-ring wasn't underrated. There wasn't really much to it. I must admit, I am a bit confused as to why she gets the support she gets, because she's never really done that much for me on the main roster. I can't say that I see like great matches or anything. The support for her really came with those cryptic tweets. I think people liked her in the Riot Squad, and then when she went solo with the cryptic tweets and everyone thought she was going to be in the Funhouse, she gained even more fans then. And of course it didn't go that way. She ended up being in a horrible storyline and people felt sorry for her. But it does feel like people are into her, maybe because of her looks, and maybe because they feel sorry for how she's been used, rather than the fact that she's like a really great wrestler. I don't know. She needs to, we'll see what she can do now. She's got to go off on her own. So we'll see. They've obviously kept her around, so they obviously see something in her. So we'll see what she can do. It's a win for Go and QT Marshall, by the way. If it wasn't for the rumours of her going with Bray, I don't think she'd have that much support. Yeah, it's weird. I can't really think of too many other wrestlers that you just never really see that have got the same support she's got. It is a unique situation she finds herself in. It's a good situation, because if she can get that much support without even being on TV that much, you've got to think that when she is on TV, people are going to be really into her. So it is a good situation for her. Imagine a faction of Tommy End, Darby Allin, Butcher and Blade versus Death Triangle with Andrade. That would be a dream match. Anthony says Zelina was offered a role in AEW but turned it down, telling them that she'd signed somewhere else. Harley said, in my opinion, I think she's decent on the mic. One of the best sellers in WWE. She keeps training and learning new moves. She's a good wrestler now. She's had nothing in 4 years and does deserve more. Austin said, I hate watching this match. I know I should have chose Sammy pinning Spears. But Spark said, leeching off Bray's aura, Liv did. Yeah, apparently there was never any plans for her to join the Funhouse. She just was, sending out these cryptic tweets or whatever. But it was very clever of her to do that because, as we said, look at the support she's managed to attract. So, you've got to, if WWE aren't going to help promote you, you've got to do it yourself. And she's done a great job with that. But for me personally, she's not done a great deal. I see people losing their minds when she comes out, and I don't quite get it. But we'll see. We'll see what she can do. Her opportunity, her time to shine is definitely coming. They've kept her around. They easily could have cut her, and they kept her around. So you've got to think that's a positive sign. Right, Inner Circle are coming out. Crowd on their feet singing along to Judas. And people taking pictures and whatnot. Going Ghost. Said, Days, were you saying Vince sees he can't beat AEW in the ratings? I didn't say that. So he's trying to beat them using money by releasing wrestlers. Do you think it will work? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I'm questioning. I mean, WWE are beating AEW in the ratings. Vince isn't too worried about NXT. He's looking at Raw. He's looking at SmackDown. He's looking at other projects. Vince focuses on things like the Peacock deal. Do you know what I mean? He's focused on like
stuff like that. He's not worried so much about AEW. All the news coming out is that Vince isn't bothered. Doesn't care about AEW in the slightest. Is the reports. But I do wonder if he's obviously still going to want them to struggle. He's not going to want to see them do well. He's not going to want to see another wrestling promotion succeed. So I do just wonder if he is just, releasing these wrestlers every month or so that AEW question, should we go for this person? Should we not? They sign them. And then next month someone else is on the market that might be even better. Think about that. Like, you sign Rusev. Wow, amazing. But then Andrade becomes available. Oh, Andrade was in New Japan. He's regarded as one of the best wrestlers in the world. They would love... He fits AEW perfectly. So they sign Rusev. Then, the option to get Andrade. Now Aleister Black. So I just look at it and I'm like, they really are like just releasing these wrestlers rather than just in one go, So I do wonder if there's any of that thinking behind it, or maybe not. Maybe it's just they're cutting the budget and they're cutting back, and it is what it is, and the timing is irrelevant. But I think Vince is quite comfortable that he can beat AEW in the ratings. I mean, they are, and even though the shows are declining, AEW's ratings aren't necessarily growing. For the longest time when they were up against NXT, they were sticking around the same numbers. And since NXT's moved out the way, their numbers have slightly declined. They were at like 1.2, they went to 1.1, and then they started to fall below 1 million. So even AEW are struggling to maintain their ratings, and being moved around in the schedule definitely isn't going to help them. We're just hearing from the Inner Circle, and they're talking about the fact that it's the greatest night of their careers. I just want to say there's 2 weeks left, and WWE has not made a Hell in a Cell match, just normal matches, which honestly is very poor. So they're saying FTR trying to end their careers by pile driving them through the tables last week. This Inner Circle Pinnacle stuff is far from over. So even Stadium Stampede has not put an exclamation mark on this. Jericho is a future Hall of Famer, says Deception Hunter. M. Durat said, are we sure Nick Khan is no relation to Tony? But Spark, shout out to you. Austin, shout out to you, bud. An MMA cage fight. Hager wants an MMA fight 2 weeks' time. I do love the variety that AEW have. Like, do you know what I mean? You get a Stadium Stampede match, you get a Blood and Guts match, you get an MMA fight. Like, they give you lots of different match types. Most exciting that SmackDown gets is putting a few instruments around the edge of the ring or something like this. Do you know what I mean? A Symphony of Destruction match. So, it looks like Pinnacle Inner Circle is going to continue, but as singles matches. Jericho wants MJF. MJF, you tried to end my career. Jericho said that when he was pushed off the top of that cage, he hasn't been the same since, and he thinks about it every single day. MMA fight sounds very interesting, says Hayden. Hager and Wardlow in 2 weeks, says Heather. Haven't seen that since Ken Shamrock. Right, he says, I know I beat the hell out of you at Stadium Stampede, but it wasn't enough. And the occasional cage match. This will never be over, says Jericho. When's their next big event? That's when the feud will conclude, I assume. Or is he going to book this for 2 weeks? Jericho said that he wants to continue to build AEW into the greatest wrestling company in the world today. A Lion's Den match callback, says Butterspark. I am going to beat MJF. Inner Circle never forgives and never effing forgets. So, yeah, it was good. Good promos. A summer of violence for the Pinnacle. Good, yeah, I like it. YT, your trash, says the only reason why WWE broke up the Shield because they already beat every faction. Right, we're going to commercial break, I think. We're about 6 minutes away. Get in. Might as well. We say this all the time. All the time, I'm like, we'll wait till after, and then we end up getting like 3/4 scores. Let's do them now. Get in your just before halftime scores. Just before halftime score. Get in your just before halftime scores right now. What do you think of AEW Friday Night Dynamite? Get in your just before halftime scores. Jim Gore says Inner Circle stole Anonymous's catchphrase. Hello, Jim. J Brock said solid show so far. 8 out of 10. Low Star Friend with a 5. Shaquem with a 5. Those Kids Act Dumb with a 3.5. Normal Guy with a 7. Tribal Chief Roman Reigns with a 7. Damian Robinson says 7. Brendan with a 9. Austin said just before halftime score, 7. Brian with a 9. Spike with a 7. Matthew Lopez, 8.5. Heather Wright with a 7.25. Justin with a 9. Vinnie Mac with a 7.5. Jaden with a 7.25. The Fiend, if he comes back, hopefully never forgets, says Butterspark. Tommy Productions says 8. Bunkers says 4.6. Lister Jericho says B-. J14 says 7. A lot of 7s here. Definitely higher halftime scores than what we had for SmackDown. Reggie with an 8. James Chadwick, the 7.25. Maccabee Bloom with a 10. Wrestling is Fantastic with a 4. Fabulous Disaster with a 7.5. Gary with a 6. 6.5 from C. Rayford. Zachary with a 7. Brendan with a 3. 4.6 says bonkers. Brian with an 8. J14 with a 7. So I would say these halftime scores are higher than what we had for SmackDown. And it seems like people are enjoying what they're seeing so far. I think it's been good. I think it's been solid. I think that that Andrade moment is big. I think it is big. I think that will be probably the biggest talking point tonight. Days, what time is there right now? What time is there right now? I don't know what you mean, bud. Are you asking what time it is here now? If that's the question, it's coming up to 4 a.m. here in the UK, which means it's, what, coming up to 11 Eastern? Right. Let's have a look, see what we've got coming up. We've still got, obviously, the bull rope match to come. We're still going to hear from Britt Baker. I think we're hearing from Miro. We're backstage with Best Friends. AEW just has more energy, says Heather. Yeah. And a live crowd as well, yeah, it makes a big difference. Have we still only had one brawl? How have we had one brawl within the first 6 minutes? Have we really had 50 minutes without any more brawls? Hearing from Orange Cassidy. He says, do you think this is over? It's not. Right, they're backstage. I don't quite know what they're doing. We've got Don Callis. We've got Kenny Omega. We've got Nakazawa. I really like the Inner Circle. This is big for their faction. I also like how people sing Y2J's song, says YT, you're trash. One brawl and 0 moans. It's not... there probably has been some moans. In fact, I had a little moan about how they brought Andrade in, but it's nothing massive. Honestly, I think the moan meter makes sense for Raw, but there's not really any other shows that are that level. That level bad. Hey, the Statlander was in the background. She was. Okay, we're just hearing from Omega at the moment. AEW versus WWE needs to happen. Who is your favourite wrestler? I do love Serena Deeb at the moment and Volta. So actually, match-wise, those two, if those two were having like matches on the same show, which they wouldn't, sadly, but I'd be very excited for that show. I look forward to their segments and their matches. But I think what Roman's doing at the moment is probably the best storyline-wise. Right, it's Jungle Boy's music, and the crowd are going to pop for this. Jungle Boy massively over. And, yeah, here we go. People are waving their hands around. This music's worked well for Jungle Boy. People really connect to him and connect to the music. So, Christian Cage and Jungle Boy taking on, I'm sure it's Private Party. Jungle Boy. Do you know what? I mean, like, Jungle Boy has come down. All right, he's called Jungle Boy, right? I get that he's got a bit of a wacky name. But by and large, he's come out, he's waving to the crowd, he's coming out, and he's himself. Yeah, and the people are, like, connecting with him. Andrade's come out and he's in a nice suit and he's acting a bit heelish. He's got Vicky Guerrero, but you know he's a normal guy. You could look at what they do on SmackDown. You've got like Nakamura and King Corbin feuding over a crown. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to kind of connect with that. I just kind of feel like this AEW feels more genuine compared to SmackDown. There's more energy for AEW compared to SmackDown. The live crowd make a massive difference as well, of course. But, yeah, it's so interesting, like, watching SmackDown and then watching AEW straight after. There's a few, like, little things that, like, really stick out. I love Jungle Boy's new theme song, says Hayden. I'm not a fan of Jungle Boy's music, but it works and I don't hate it, says the Tribal Chief Roman Reigns. I love that they've got Christian's TNA music. How do you like Paul Heyman with Roman Reigns? I like it. Yeah, brilliant. I think Paul Heyman brings a lot. I think Roman, what Paul does is really make Roman feel an even bigger deal. Because when you see someone like Paul Heyman just scared to death, like, he's everything, like, as soon as Roman asks for it, Paul Heyman's there. Like, as soon as Roman's like, get my cousins, he's over, he's yelling at the timekeeper, the announcer, like, play the music now. Like, everything's got to be right. As soon as it's requested, it's got to happen. Like, Paul Heyman is, like, deathly scared of Roman and, like, comes down and he stares at him all the time and he's clutching hold of the title and he's fumbling when he gives him the mic and he's all fumbling when he gives him the title and he's all, like, he's a wreck. He's an emotional wreck. And it's so interesting to see the effect that Roman has on Paul. So Paul doesn't have to do anything but that, and it really elevates Roman. Because if Roman's got that effect on Paul Heyman, like, it legitimizes him. He must have a threat. I mean, granted, it's only Paul Heyman, do you know what I mean? It's only Paul Heyman, like, Roman, you know, could beat him up and could always beat him up, but it's very interesting watching the dynamic. Paul Heyman, one of the best talkers, so when he does talk, he knocks it out the park. But just his sheer presence and his mannerisms make Roman feel so much bigger. It's been a massive addition. It massively helped. So I love it. I think they work so well together. So well. And apparently they're on the road quite a bit together and they bounce ideas off each other. So constantly talking about, you know, should we do this? Should we do that? They're really very detail focused. Very detail focused. And I think that shows in, like, how rich the story has been. It's brilliant. But for me, the best thing in wrestling right now. But I can't really comment about New Japan because I don't watch that week in, week out. So there could be some great stuff happening there. But this Roman story is so gripping. We said, like, the first 10, 15 minutes, the promo on SmackDown, pretty much nothing was said. But it doesn't stop you being on the edge of your seat going and just, like, absorbing every mannerism, every word. Because the delivery is perfect. And ultimately, it doesn't matter if nothing is said. Because it holds your attention and you know something will happen one day. So, it's good. It's really good. But I'm not saying anything you guys surely don't already know or don't already think. It's massively successful since Roman's been back. Jungle Boy doing some really good work here with Private Party. Is up on the top rope, bounces off, flips over, uses that momentum to pull Private Party out of the ring. That's good. Matt Hardy on the outside. Getting a bit upset. Going round to Private Party, trying to refocus them as Jungle Boy slides under the bottom rope. Lovely back elbow by Jungle Boy. Top rope Enziguri. Jungle Boy very much in control. Roman talks soft and it forces you to listen. It works so well, says Vinnie Mac. Retribution said, will you be doing the Dubois fight tomorrow night? I don't think so, because I think UFC starts early. The Dubois fight would be quite interesting, what we've coming in off that big loss to Joe Joyce. So it would be very interesting to watch. But UFC, it's a big show tomorrow. Not big, unfortunately, star-wise, but just it's got 14 matches, 14 fights, and yeah, I think it's going to take quite a while, that, unfortunately. We just had a weird camera shot there where I think the camera just went to the entrance for no reason. Against the ropes goes Christian. Christian in control. I don't know the private party members. I know Cassidy and Mark Quinn. I know their names, but I still don't quite know which one is which. Back elbow by Christian. Why is Aubrey moving her arm so much? Oh, don't start me. It looks like she's trying to tell what's going on in the ring through sign language. There's a bit like when someone gets hit and they're like this and they're a bit like, rocking. She rocks with them. It's so weird. Like there'll be a back elbow and the person will do this, and Aubrey in the background's going. Like someone sent me a gif of a wacky inflatable arm person. They were like, "This is Aubrey." I was like, "Oh God, it is, isn't it?" I was very critical of her during, I think, the Sting match. She is so distracting with her mannerisms. She's sort of a bit like a baseball umpire, I think. Safe, you're safe. She's big. Just, everything's so big. It's so unconventional because referees traditionally are meant to be invisible. They are not the stars. Do you know what I mean? It's the wrestlers that are the stars. But they've done a lot to try and get Aubrey over as a star in her own right. She's obviously a host of a podcast. She's already got a figure in the works. And she hosted the games presentation thing. So they've kind of done a lot with Aubrey. So she sort of is a star in her own right. But I must say, regardless of all of that, I still don't think this is what a referee should be doing. Do you think WWE is booking Drew how they booked Roman as a babyface? I suppose so. I suppose they need to, really. You do need a babyface that's red hot and gets wins and, is maybe cheated out of things and whatever. So, yeah, I suppose in a way they are. Drew is the big face in the company, and, of course, a lot of speculation that we are building towards Roman versus Drew at some point. We had it at Survivor Series, and it was really good. So, yeah, I'd be down for that match. I'd be down for it. Just right now, Drew feels like he's lost a bit of momentum a little bit. Aubrey is trying to fly like Supergirl. Are they getting heat on Christian? No. Well, they've got Christian over in their corner. We got 50 minutes left of the show. Private Party are in control. Do you like AEW or WWE? I watch both. I watch both, and genuinely, if I think one show is better than the other, then I'll say that. I think right now AEW is better than SmackDown has been tonight. I just enjoy good wrestling. I just enjoy I don't care. I mean, I do have a soft spot for WWE. I'd never deny that. I have a soft spot for them because I've grown up with it. And, You know, maybe if WWE was a new promotion, would we stick around? Would we still watch on a Monday? Would we still watch that Raw program if it was a different promotion that had just sort of started? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. So I do. I can't see us not covering WWE. Like, I just can't see it, because it's been my life in a way, you know, since I was a kid. So I definitely have a soft spot for it, but it still doesn't get in the way of being honest as to what I think is the better shows. Private Party were just taking the mic there, doing some 5-second poses. I can't quite tell if it's just me or if the crowd as well. Bit of momentum's gone from the show. I don't feel like the crowd are like crazy into this. Mo Jones, shout out to you, bud, says, I do like Aubrey is more of a take no BS ref, but I do agree that sometimes she gets a bit too animated and it is distracting. I agree with, yeah, I'm there with you, Mo. I think the fact that she stands up for herself and the fact that she is a bit more credible, because quite often the referees are made to look stupid. So the fact that they don't do that with Aubrey is good. Duck underneath by Jungle Boy. Nice drop kick. Looks like Jungle Boy and Christian Cage coming back into this. Christian with that hot tag. Jungle Boy comes in, gets thrown into the corner. Back elbow by Jungle Boy. Forearm smash. Uppercut by Jungle Boy. Jungle Boy against the ropes. Bounces off. Big clothesline. Yeah, good point. I agree with Mo Jones. Good point. Tatiana Reston says Andrade debuted. He did. He came out to shoulder up. Do you think they'll take the title off Lashley and put it on Drew so the Brock match is non-title? Didn't really think about it, to be honest. Why would he go after Lashley if it's non-title? What would be the purpose of him going after Lashley? I'd hope not. Although saying that, they're spending a lot on Brock, and if you're going to spend a lot on Brock, you're probably going to want him winning, aren't you? So, don't know. But saying that, if he beats Bobby, and it's a non-title match, that might suck. Jungle Boy kicks out. Yeah, I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it. That's a really interesting point. Brock versus Bobby. Is it going to be for the title? I would have said yes. And I sort of feel like Brock needs to win, really. But I really feel that Bobby needs to win. Bobby should win because it'll legitimize his title reign. It'll legitimize him. But you're spending a lot of money on Brock. A lot of money. Like, if you're going to spend that kind of money, you're going to want him in that main event picture a lot. And you can't afford to give him too many losses. Maybe you can take one loss to Bobby Lashley, but you can't keep having him lose repeatedly. You're going to have to give Brock a run. And wins, so it's going to be interesting to see how they use him. Jungle Boy gets the win. I don't think Bobby will lose to Drew, says Austin. Christian and Jungle Boy win, they do. They could build Drew versus Brock for a Mania rematch, says Anthony. That's interesting. And would Brock beat Drew? Because then at least they could do that. Brock would have the title. It would be 1-1 if you want to go that way. I don't know that they faced before, but obviously Drew beat Brock. So I think Brock could beat Drew. Matt Hardy attacks Christian. That is going to move the brawl counter. We go to 2. Double or Nothing was a terrible night for Team Taz. So the belt slid into the ring. Brian Cage didn't want to use the title. And he got caught with the buckshot lariat and lost the match. And then obviously big disagreement after. So we've got Hook, we got Ricky Starks, we got Powerhouse Hobbs, we got Cage. I tell you, there's a bit of dissension here. There's a few problems. Hook is got his arms folded and he's staring at Brian Cage. Brian Cage folds his arms and he stares back. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot of animosity. Right, we've got Tony back in the ring. Sting. Have we got Sting coming out? Right. Darby and Sting making their way out. Days, don't you think they save Roman Rock until Los Angeles and not this Mania? I would think so. It all depends on Rock's schedule. I think whenever Rock is free, they're going to probably have to look to do it because there's no guarantee that he's always going to be free during WrestleMania time. So I think a lot of it comes down to Rock's schedule. Because the one thing is, you could always do Rock Roman at WrestleMania 38, and then at 39, like, Rock can be the host and he could go into the Hall of Fame. So, you know, you could really theme WrestleMania 39 sort of around The Rock, and he doesn't have to be in a match to do that. You know, it's Hollywood themed. Rock is the biggest star in Hollywood. You could put him in the Hall of Fame. You could maybe show some of his best matches, moments. You could, you know, sort of theme it around The Rock. He's a big enough star to have a show sort of themed around him. They've never really done that before, but I could definitely see them doing it. I think people like Hogan, Stone Cold, Undertaker, Rock, you could definitely do something like that for them. So 39, it's obviously Hollywood. But, you know, just I'm talking about those segments in between the matches. You know, if they showed a few Rock matches in between the card and, you know, spoke to The Rock and maybe spoke to people like Mick Foley, Stone Cold, spoke about like some of Rock's biggest moments. Rock goes into the Hall of Fame the night before. You know, you could do that rather than a match, in truth. It really depends on his schedule. You still got it is the chant for Sting. Sting thanking the fans. And we got Ethan Page, Scorpio Sky applauding on the screen in the background. Days, when WWE sells, will they keep superstars or make a change? Will they keep the superstars or make a change? Well, I would imagine that they'll largely try and keep things. They'll keep the people they think are worth keeping. Let's put it that way. They'll bring people in and have a look at everything, but we don't know that it's selling, to be honest. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. But if it does sell, anything and everything can change. There might not be Raw anymore. There might not be SmackDown. Certain stars might be let go. Certain stars that haven't been pushed might then be pushed. It could all change. Everything could change, or nothing could change. If someone else owns it, they'll do what they think is the right thing to do, and that could look like anything. So. I feel really bad for Big E. He had his big summer program taken away, says Anthony. Aleister Black did say, though, that Big E is on the verge of a massive push. Right, we've got the Britt Baker championship celebration next. Be a few people in our chat excited for that. Raw might become good again if they sell. It's true, everything could change. Raw might be watchable. Britt Baker celebration. Britt Baker is next, says Austin. Days, please read this. I'm hiding under my blanket. There is a bee flying around my room. I feel for you, bud. I hope you survive. I hope you get through this trying time. Do you know what we had in the house the other day? First time I think I've ever seen one. I don't even think I've ever seen one before. A hornet. We had a hornet in the house. I don't even think I've ever seen a hornet before. So, yeah, a hornet was flying around the house. They are big. This thing was like, no word of a lie, it was like this big. It was huge. It was absolutely huge. It's like a blimp had just come into the room. So, yeah, we didn't know if it was like a queen bee or something like this, but turns out it's a hornet. Never had a hornet before. So, just be thankful you ain't got one of them. Paulo Costa is out of his fight against Cannonier. Gastelum is going to replace him. Oh, that's a shame. I was really looking forward to that Costa-Cannonier fight. Andrade is AEW. Andrade is all elite. Brian said Britt Baker gave high praise to Serena Deeb recently. Watch out for murder hornets. Well, I don't think it was one of them. I don't know that we have murder hornets here in the UK. I know they were a big talking point in America. But I don't think we've got them here. Are you really counting what Matt Hardy did to Cage as a brawl? Come on. Yeah, I did count it. I suppose it was like an attack. Is it a brawl? I'd say it's a grey area. I remember seeing Sting in 1987 wrestle Big Bubba Rogers in Texas. He then took the place of one of the UWF tag champs at the end because one of them didn't show. Interesting. Shout out to you, Jimmy. Hope you are well. I'm back. Women's AEW, says William. I saw a hornet, but my cat killed it. You've got one brave cat. Let me tell you. You've got one brave cat. Right, AEW. At a commercial break, we've got just over half an hour left. Amazingly, an hour and a half has gone of this show. It's absolutely flown. Really has gone by very, very quickly. Right, here we go. There are balloons and people. Just really random people. Really random people in the ring. We've got, like, Nyla Rose. And she has got loads of Big Macs. What? Does she like Big Macs? I don't understand. There's something underneath the cloth as well. Why are these people here? We've got Vicky Guerrero, Nyla Rose. We've got TH2, are they? I can't remember their name. Angelico and Evans. We've got Luther. Just random people in the ring. Really random people. Britt Baker making her way out. She's got Big Macs on a platter in the ring. There's Summer underneath a cloth. Here's Reba as well. So Britt Baker and Reba. What is under that? It looks like another belt. They're not going to give her another belt. Should they only just change this one? Andrade is the best AEW hire. The belt is perfect for her, says Austin. Why so many burgers? I'm not sure of the burger situation. I understand you got some freebies. I was gifted. No, she's a heel. She's a heel. They won't be there. Is there really 1,500 in that little pot? That's all I'm thinking. I'm like, is that really 1,500 burger coupons? Maybe it is. I don't know. Doesn't look like many. That's what was under the cloth. Under the cloth was the burger coupons. She did outwork everyone. Facts. So she said, do you know what 3 letters I heard deafening chants for? DMD. So why are these people in the ring? They just look bored in the background. Although Sir Pentaco's getting into it, I will give him credit. Sir Pentaco is the only one that's going DMD. And he's even applauding. All the others are just like, I don't think they're really adding to this celebration. I sort of feel like she deserves better than this. Right, Tony's got a burger. Nyla Rose knocks the burgers out of the hands. Nyla Rose is chucking burgers into the crowd. I mean, Nyla Rose is a heel. Sticks her finger up. She's walking away. She bursts a few balloons as well. Why was she in the ring in the first place? I think Britt deserves better than this. This, I think, should have been a better segment, and it's not Britt's fault. Right, we're backstage. We've got Pac, we've got Penta, we've got Kingston. I would love a burger right now. Oh, do you know what, Damien? I was thinking that exact same thing. You know, I was thinking that exact same thing. I was like, I could go for a burger now. Part of me was about to check under this chair to see if there was an old burger coupon under there. No, because she got the Big Mac meal from McDonald's. She got a large order of fries. Yeah, I don't get the burger thing. Flying burgers. She should have given floss instead of burgers. That would have made sense. Look under your seat, and there's a burger coupon, and under there it's actual dental floss. She's like, actually, I didn't do that. I think you need this more. Having a look at you, I think you need to use this more. Otherwise, I might run the risk of seeing you more than I really want to. And to be clear, I don't want to see any of you at all. Like, that would have been great from Britt Baker. I agree, Austin. That would have been great. Right, we've got... we're just with Excalibur and JR. Just under half an hour to go. It's been pretty solid, this show. Been solid. Ali, says Brian. We do have Bunny coming up, yeah. Here she is. With the blade. The bunny. Skipping around. Okay. So, something went down on Dark that's set up this match. It's going to be Bunny. Big Swole's really fallen from grace, hasn't she? Is she injured or something? Is there a reason why we're just not seeing Big Swole? I mean, she's there, so maybe she's not injured. Red Velvet. Straight out of your mama's kitchen doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Red Velvet in there with the bunny. Bunny charging, trying to attack from behind, but misses. Against the ropes goes Red Velvet. Double knees. Bunny goes down. Lovely. Standing moonsault. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Red Velvet kind of reminds me of a smaller Naomi. Oh my god! What was that suicide dive? Oh! Oh! How is she still alive? How is she still alive? Oh my god, did she just skip that class? What went on there? That was... Oh, man, they're not going to show a replay of that, surely, but they should. They should. They should show that on TV shows of people that have near-death experiences. Did you see the way that she fell down then? I mean, fair play, she's carrying on with the match. If I was her right now, in my mind, I'd just be thinking, I almost died! I almost died! Oh my god! I nearly wasn't here! I almost just died! I wouldn't be thinking, let's carry on with this match. I wouldn't be thinking, right, let's go to this move now. Let's do this. Let's go to the outside. I'd be like, oh my god! I can't believe I'm going to see the sunrise one more time. The air has never tasted so good. It's never felt so fresh. Mo Jones says, that, my friends, is why you call it a suicide dive. I know, yeah. Do you think they were like in the class? They were like, right, do you know what a suicide dive is? And she's like, I think so. I think, like, you jump to the outside and just go, like, hell for leather, yeah? And they're like, well, sort of, but should we show you how to do it? She's like, nah, I think I've got it. I think I've got it. She has literally just done a suicide dive. I mean, you're literally... I should imagine she shouts "Goodbye, cruel world" when she jumps through the ropes. Just before she came walking out, she probably wrote a will. Do you know what I mean? She's like, right, well, I knew it would happen eventually. Apparently in this match they want me to do a suicide dive, so goodbye everyone. It's been lovely knowing you all. Please pass this on to my family. She's given a little letter backstage to Cody. She sold her house, sold her car. They're all gone. Right? She's sorted out all the bills. All of that's taken care of. And she just went for it. Proper suicide dive. Woo! Crashed and burn. Right now, she's probably confused because she didn't think she was going to have to plan the rest of the match. In her mind, suicide dive, that was the end. This match is meant to stop by ref stoppage. But continue we do. Maybe she took it as a literal suicide dive. Esteban says dead velvet. Dead velvet. I mean, we shouldn't laugh because this is quite dark stuff, but honestly, pretty sure it's going to be all over social media. It deserves to be all over social media. They should show it as a clip of something that the human race can survive. Look at this. This happened to a person and they walked after. Whoa. Face first. Goes dead velvet. What if she did die? What if it was a suicide dive and she did sadly pass away? And we're just watching like her spirit. Or something. Her spirit is just trying to continue this match. But she's actually still laying on the outside in a crumpled heap. Bunny versus Bad Bunny. Book it. It was nice to see the world famous CB make a cameo during Britt Baker's promo. Strike to the midsection by Dead Velvet. AEW could get Bad Bunny to team up with Bunny's faction and he could be a really bad bunny. Jay said this has gone dark. It has gone dark, hasn't it? Has gone dark, and that's exactly what Red Velvet was saying as well. Why has it gone so dark? Why has it gone so dark? Because you're dead. You're dead now. Go to the light. Go to the light, Red Velvet. Bunny in the corner. Dead Velvet with a knee strike. It's like a stunner, but on the shoulder. Bunny. We are just watching an episode of Dark. Who did the dive? Was it Bunny? No, it was Red Velvet. Bunny was on the outside. 10 moments wrestlers stop using moves, says Recoils. Yeah. "10 moments wrestling moves were banned forever." Blade gives the bunny some brass knucks. Can I just say, I had no idea that Big Swole was still around, or that she'd turned heel. Dead Velvet wins! Had she turned heel? I don't even know if she has turned heel. Is she with Red Velvet, is she? Oh, she hasn't turned heel. I don't know what she's doing. I thought she was just giving advice to Bunny, to be honest. She was just shouting something, but she must have been talking to Dead Velvet. Go towards the light! Go towards the light! You will be missed! Can I have that dress that you wore last Wednesday. Thank you. Swole. Who's that? I don't know who that one is. Who's that one? Who's flipping Ginger Spice? Right, we're backstage. You got -1. It's birthday celebration. Evil Uno's going to have a title shot. What happened to Jade? Jade Cargill, she's still around. She was, we saw her last week. Here's Miro. We've only got 18 minutes left. So Miro doing a little promo backstage. I like these. You don't really get these so much from WWE, where the superstars just cut a promo to camera. There's no interviewer there or anything. It's literally just Rusev or Miro doing a promo. You see these in WWE, like Liv did one earlier, just before her match. You get them then, but you don't so much get them in between matches. Normally, Kayla's around or someone. Right, June 26th, Kenny Omega versus Jungle Boy, AEW World Championship match. Yeah, Friday next week. Miro against Evil Uno next Friday. So it is going to be Friday Night Dynamite once again. Time flies with a great show, says Brian. Gotta love how AEW still has -1 around. I've got respect for that, says Recoils. Miro's promo is so much better, says Heather. Miro was a naughty boy at Double or Nothing, says Deception Hunter. Or your friend Mackenzie, says Jaden, yes. Right, bull rope match. I'm guessing this is our main event. Nick Comoroto taking on Dustin Rhodes, in a main event of the evening, a bull rope match. So, Dustin Rhodes versus Comoroto. Don't know much about Comoroto. I haven't seen that much of him, to be honest. He's got a good look, though. And this will be a good match. Not giving it much time, but it's not going to need much time, in all fairness. But here is Dustin with that bull rope. The natural Dustin Rhodes. When was the last time a bull rope match was on TV? I feel like have they done one before? I feel like they have. I feel like AEW have done one. I remember, like, obviously the chain match was Cody and Brody. There was it a bunkhouse brawl? Is that what I'm thinking? Best friends against someone in a bunkhouse brawl. Maybe we haven't seen a bull rope match, actually. It's good. I like it. Mo Jones said, I would like to thank my wife for being hot, says Miro. Is that what he said? I didn't hear. I have to have it turned down. Austin said, Days, can you give a shout out to J316? It's their birthday today. Sure. J316. Shout out to you. Happy birthday. I haven't seen J316. or a J316 in the chat. I absolutely could have been missing it if they've been asking for it. Ah, there we go. I see you now. J316, shout out to you with your stone cold profile pic. There we go. Happy birthday. Hope you've had a good day. Certainly had a day full of wrestling, I know that much. Daniel said, I like this about AEW. Some of the people who main event their shows wouldn't even get 5-minute matches on SmackDown. That's true. That's true. Kamaroto and Dustin, you know, doesn't really feel like a main event. Certainly wouldn't be for WWE. In a way, it needs the bull rope stipulation to make it a main event, but it's somewhat different. And, you know, if the build is good and the stipulation's good, then yeah, I'm on board. AEW is getting a lot of older wrestlers. Sting is 62, Dustin is 52, Jericho is 50. Yep. Don't know how much longer they're going to compete for, though. So there'll come a point where they, you know, step aside and don't compete in the ring anymore. And, you know, hopefully they will have helped build up some new stars. Obviously, they're using Sting to, you know, bring more eyes onto Darby Allin, make him feel bigger. There's a good chance Kamaroto will win tonight. He might not. But look at who Dustin is facing. You know, Dustin isn't facing Omega. He's not facing, you know, established names. He's taking on these talents that are trying to break through. So they're using them quite well. They are using them quite well. I don't know who Kamaroto is or why this match is happening. He is part of that Nightmare Factory. He's one of the, you know, QT Marshall people. And there's been a bit of a feud between the Nightmare Factory and obviously the Rhodes family. Or the Nightmare Factory and the Nightmare family. Here's Kamaroto. He's got a good look, man. Aaron Solo coming out with Kamaroto, and looks like we're going to be starting this match straight away. In fairness, they haven't got long. They only got about 12 minutes, so they do need to get at it. Into the ring goes Dustin Rhodes. Kick by Kamaroto. These older wrestlers share so much experience with younger talent. I feel like AEW has got a good mix. Lone Star Friend said, all that hair and muscle on Kamaroto. I like it. What do you think, Austin 316? A question for Austin. AEW tweeted half an hour ago, Andrade is all elite. It's good. It's good signing for them. Logical signing. Be good for him. He'll absolutely be champion. No doubt about that. Absolutely, he'll be champ. And it's going to be a hell of a ride. Ant Washington, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support, bud. Pleased that you enjoy the streams, you enjoy the channel. I really appreciate the support from everyone, as I've said many times, you know. It's great to see so many people joining us on a regular basis and sharing their thoughts and watching the shows with us. It's awesome. So big shout out to you, and appreciate the support, bud. Clothesline to the outside, 10 minutes left. And we can see Zicky Dice in the crowd. He's right next to where the action is. I don't know if he's been competing on Dark or anything like that, but he used to be in NWA. And obviously knows Ricky Starks very well. He's going to know Thunder Rosa. He's going to know Eddie Kingston. He probably knows quite a few people, what with being on that indie wrestling scene. But all of those would have been an NWA at the same time as him. There's lots of people here I do not recognise. Who's that person in the jacket? Over the top goes Komoroto. They're fighting in the crowd. Zicky Dice, I don't know him. You do, don't you? If you was watching NWA, you'd know him. ME79 Bob, shout out to you. Ant Washington, appreciate the support. Who in the hell is the guy in the pink? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Who is the guy in the pink blazer? He looks like a vampire. There's a singer called Anthony and the Johnsons who won, I think he won the Mercury Prize. It reminded me a bit of him. I never saw Zicky. Where is he? Front row, right next to where they are. He's got a white jacket on, shades. He's right by where they're fighting. Just maybe where the ref is. Kind of around where the ref is. Right, Komoroto picks up Dustin. Oh, you just saw Zicky for a moment there. Blood. Yeah, we do have blood on Komoroto. Who won between Young or Pac and Penta? It was the... Who did win? Actually, I can't remember. Do you know, I can't remember. That's bad, isn't it? I think it was the... Who won earlier out of the Young Bucks and Pac and Penta? I really should be able to remember the start of this show. Into the ring post goes Komoroto. He's got the rope wrapped around that ring post, but Komoroto slams... slams Dustin into the edge of the ring. Zicky in the front row. It was Young Bucks that won, says Brian and Brad. Thank you. Young Bucks. Young Bucks. There's no need to feel down. Right, Dustin getting dragged into the ring by this ball rope. Komoroto going for the cover. 2. Kick out. Danny Limelight is there. I rate him highly. He puts on absolute bangers on Dark Evolution and is on New Japan and was on NWA as well, says Daniel. Young Bucks 1, says Jimmy and Austin. Philip E. No. What, is that the name of one of them people? Against the ropes goes Dustin. Cowbell to the midsection. And Dustin goes down. Blood still pouring down the face of Komoroto. Young Bucks 1. I didn't care, and I still don't, says John. Don't forget, this weekend we've got UFC tomorrow. We will be covering Mayweather and Logan Paul. There's an England football match as well that we're going to be covering. It's a busy weekend for the channel. And then Monday we've got Raw. Tuesday we've got NXT. I have no idea what's happening Wednesday. I know there's no AEW. There might not be any football either, so we'll have to have a look at that. Komoroto going for the cover and quite a nonchalant kick out by Dustin. Big boot by Dustin. Kick to the midsection. Nice right hand by Komoroto. Into the corner goes Dustin hard and he goes down. Ankit says, finally Britt Baker is the champion. Jeremy says, I'm hoping that AEW create trio 6-man tag championships. There was talk of that, wasn't there? So I could see them going that way. I could see that happening. Dustin definitely feeling these shots coming in by Komoroto. Heather says, don't forget NWA on Sunday. Are you doing Floyd Logan? We are, yes. Big strike by Dustin. And again from Dustin. Against the ropes. holds on to the ropes, pulls the rope down. Comoroto to the outside. 4 minutes. Dustin trying to use that bull rope. It's been quite the battle, this. Aaron Solo going underneath the ring, pulling out a table. Aaron Solo. Solo sets up the table. Back elbow by Comoroto. Picks up Comoroto, looking to plant him through that table. Dustin on his feet. Oh. Comoroto down to the outside. So we've got a table set up. Feels like we're building towards a big finish. Dustin on the edge of the ring. Goes for a kick. Comoroto grabs him, looking for the power bomb. He has got him. And plants him through the table hard. Dustin getting planted through that table. Really spiked him down. Table go boom boom, says Butter Spark. J14, shout out to you, bud. Do you think Aleister Black will go to AEW? I think there's a good chance of it. They've got to be interested. Aaron Solo has exposed the turnbuckle. Colby Gunn is getting involved. Hey, that's a brawl. That can count as a brawl. I'll have that. Dustin Rhodes looking for the reckoning. Kick out. Not even a one. Not even a one count on Comoroto. Comoroto screaming. Dustin still taking bumps at 52. How about the NBA playoffs on Wednesday? If it was the final, I would be interested, but I don't believe it is it? Up onto that turnbuckle. Uses the cowbell. Dustin going up. Comoroto in a bit of trouble. Dustin Bulldog. And he's trying to tie up the legs and get the pin. 2, 3, and Dustin beats Comoroto. I thought they'd give Comoroto the win personally. But I did forget this is a Rhodes. You always have to factor that in. Always have to factor that in. So Dustin hitting a bulldog on Comoroto, and it's Dustin. I don't mind Dustin. I mean, how often does Dustin win a main event? And so I don't mind. Yeah, Tony says, isn't it great to see Dustin getting his hand raised at the end of the show? It is. He deserves it. He's jobbed enough in his career. So Dustin going into the crowd with the fans, and the little thing comes up to end out the show as Dustin Rhodes jumps into the crowd, fist bumps the fans, and we go off the air. So there we go, my friends. That was AEW Dynamite. Get in your thoughts. Get in your thoughts. Get in your thoughts. Jaden says another match where a Rhodes shouldn't have won. Get in your scores, and we will say goodnight. I do need to run away because I've got so much UFC research that I have just not done. It is actually painful. Normally, by now, I will have at least half of the UFC matches sorted, and I've got about one done. So, yeah. Are you doing the NWA show? Yeah, I think so. I just need to double check, make sure it's not clashing, but I've been told it isn't. Hayden says 6.5. Let Him In says 6.5. Ethan says 7. Lone Star Friend says 6. 7 says Capsman. 7 says Brad G. 738. Grant says 6.5. Alexander says 7.75. Heather says 7.25. William says 5. Buck says 5.2. Brian says 8.5. Austin says 6.5. The second half took my score down. About an 8. I'll see you next week. Sonny says, I'm going to be busy with the pancake bot. Jimmy says 7.25. Shaquem says 6.25. Buttspark says 7.25. William says UFC, what is that? Esteban says 8. Ryan says 7.5. AR says 4. Wrestling Bonkers says 7. Austin 6.5. Will football become regular? I don't think so. I mean, I don't think so. Certainly for the Euros, that's my focus. But no, we're a wrestling and a UFC channel. Kind of a fight in combat kind of a channel, and I fully appreciate football just doesn't really fit that well. I'm not worrying about that, to be honest. It's something that I'm really excited for. It's a big tournament this summer. I'm going to watch the games anyway. I've had loads of people asking me about it. So be it. That's as far as it goes at the moment. Joe says 8. Ryan Rivera says 7.5. Morgul Matt says 8.5. AR with a 4. Jordan with a 7. Calvin with a 9. Right, I'm going to chuck my score in. Chuck my 2 pence in. And I'm going to say that this was better than SmackDown. I think the crowd make a big difference. I also think that, great promo from the Inner Circle. I agree the second half was wanting a little bit. But I do think that there's quite a bit of energy to this show. And I don't think this is a great Dynamite in truth. So I'm gonna go with the 7. I really think this is. I would go up rather than down. I was debating if it was a 7.25, but I do agree that second half was just lacking a bit. I think I was probably a bit higher than this at the halfway point in truth, and I think it's just come down to this. I could go 7.25. I really feel like this definitely better than SmackDown. If I had to say what was the better show tonight, I'd go AEW, but it is close. I do think the Roman stuff is brilliant on SmackDown. It is close, but I think for me, the crowd make a big difference. I think the crowd do make a big difference, and I think there was some really positive stuff that happened on this show. I mean, Andrade, it's a big moment, it is a big moment. So Andrade is a big talking point. I kind of feel like they could have ended the show with Andrade, though. Do you know what I mean? They could have had a different main event, and I'm not down on that being the main event, but I'm just saying, is that the right way to bring Andrade in? I don't know. I think you could have got more impact out of that moment, so maybe a little criticism, but still, it's a big moment all the same. Some decent matches in there as well. We almost saw a woman kill herself, or she might have actually killed herself. I'm not too sure. With that suicide dive, so gotta respect that. They are giving their all. They are giving their all to entertain us, quite literally giving their lives. So big shout out to everyone that joined us tonight. I hope you had fun. I thought it was good. I think both shows were solid. So I thought this was fun. I really enjoyed tonight. This is what I needed after Raw broke me down, and I have to say NXT underwhelmed. Tonight is what I needed. Pick me back up again. So feeling pretty good following tonight's show, so that's good. So big shout out to everyone that's joined us. I hope that you have a good weekend if I don't see you around, and if I do, I'm sure the fun will continue. We've got some big streams on the way. Awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.